Last night we had something happen that hasn't happened since September 29, 2009, when Ryan Matson was on the mound and he was able to record a save with a 2-inning performance. This one was against the Houston Astros. Now, Matson, you know, has a great changeup, and he used it this night, but he also used his fastball to get Carlos Lee and to get Hunter Pence as well. So he picked up the save that night. Last night it was Luis Garcia. Now, Garcia has a devastating slider, but last night he was able to utilize his fastball to set up that slider. This is the first batter he retired. He got him very quickly, and that seemed to relax him. Then he rose the fastball up in the zone and moved it around from left to right, and it was a pretty easy first inning for him. Odubel Herrera certainly helped his cause by making this great lunging grab, and then Garcia really picked up in his second inning. Gets Pacheco, then he gets Tomas on a little check swing off the slider, and he was able to barehand this one and fire to first, and then eventually was able to get A.J. Pollock to go fishing after the slider, and he was able to get the 2-inning save last night. And the Phils had taken Game 1 of the 3-game series against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy, along with Ben Davis and Mike Schmidt. It's Weekends with Schmidt as we get set for Game number 2. And the Phillies are feeling a little momentum right now. They've won 3 straight, and they saw that even last night.
That's right, Tommy. And you know what? They're putting together some rallies, some big innings offensively where 6, 7, 8 guys come to the plate. And you know what that does? That creates momentum. You don't talk about momentum much in baseball, but there is a momentum factor in the game, and if you can keep it in your dugout and rally, you have a better chance of winning. Good teams in baseball find a way to keep momentum. And here's a good example of it right here. Freddie Galvis dumps a little ball over shortstop, not trying to hit the ball out of the ballpark, just making contact. Good base running, helps momentum as well. Good slides. Here's an aggressive hitter, Francoeur, goes right over the third base bag to drive in the game-winning run. A rally. Isn't it wonderful to see rallies?
It is great.
You got to love a rally.
Well, and it's great that we've seen it in back-to-back ball games. In fact, 3 consecutive games for the Phils. So now tonight, we'll see if they can score a little earlier and hold on to the lead. Now, they're going to have to deal with, Ben, a guy that has become really a storyline in Major League Baseball, and Archie Bradley.
Archie Bradley really shell-shocked after what happened to him getting hit in the face with a line drive. This is his first outing since being struck by that ball. And I'm anxious to see how he does tonight. 3-pitch pitcher, but as you'll see here, he's got very good stuff. He's a 3-pitch pitcher, fastball, curveball, changeup. Really likes his changeup to lefties, really likes his hook to righties. So I'm anxious to see also how the Phillies approach him. Get him early in the count and hit that fastball. But we'll see here, line drive to the face. This is something you really hold your breath on.
Carlos Gonzalez is the batter. It was a curveball that was left out over the plate, and you can hear it hit him right in the face.
It's just nasty, and it's something you don't like to see happen to anybody. But give him credit. He's back on the horse and back on the mound tonight.
Yeah, he's only thrown a simulated game to prepare for tonight's ball game, so he feels like his arm strength is there, and he will be able to go deep into tonight's game. So it is Game 2 of this 3-game series, the Phils and the Diamondbacks. It'll be Bradley against Jerome Williams. Now, Jerome has not been able to go deep into games his last 3 starts. He's looking to change that here tonight against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Well, as we mentioned, this is game number 2, and for Ryan Howard, it's another visit to the cleanup spot. He's been hitting the ball much better for power, which is a good sign. Lineups at first pitch when we return. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Toyota. The Toyota Time Sales event ends June 1st. Hurry in today. Toyota, let's go places. By Xfinity, the official entertainment provider of the Philadelphia Phillies. By Citizens Bank, one deposit checking. Keeping things simple is helping you bank better. By Budweiser, still brewed the hard way. This Bud's for you. And by Independence Blue Cross, live fearless. Learn more at IBX.com. Series, the D-backs lineup brought to you by Xfinity, the official entertainment provider of the Philadelphia Phillies. It's Inciarte, Trumbo, and Goldschmidt, followed by David Peralta, Yasmani Tomas, and Chris Owings. And then Tuffy Ghost Switch, Nick Ahmed, and Archie Bradley. And they will face right-hander Jerome Williams. Here's the first pitch of the night. Let's take it down low, so we're underway. It's 1 ball and no strikes. 2-3 for Jerome, an ERA of 5.21. He hasn't reached 100 pitches in his last 3 outings. That one's fouled at the plate, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. And Ben, we take a look at the Budweiser scouting report. He really does need to go deeper into a game.
He does, and he needs to save that bullpen a little bit. We saw those guys get taxed a little bit last night. Curve, cutter, and change. His velocity is been okay, but it's the one big pitch and one big inning that's been killing him.
And CRT bunts it up the first base line, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Ender last night was 3 for 5 with 3 singles. Mike, did you enjoy Jerome Williams' Bob Marley music that was playing before he threw his first
Well, I
pitch?
enjoyed the music. I didn't know that it was Jerome Williams' Bob Marley music. I watched Jerome. He didn't have a really good spring training, Ben, and I hear what you're saying. He does have to stay out of the middle of the plate. And I think it would make a lot of sense if he pitched in more, pitched off the plate in. I mean, you know what I'm saying? He doesn't throw that hard, and he needs to have that outside corner to go to. And if he allows the hitter to dive out there, he can be in trouble.
That one just missed a little high. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And you know how it is. Your catcher pitching in, moving their feet is one thing. That's nothing. You got to move their neck. You got to, you know what I mean? You got to move their chest.
Jay Sudley will take care of Inciarte, so 1 away here in the first inning. All right, guys, it's time now for our Nissan keys to the ball game. Mike, you saw your good friend Larry Boa today.
Yeah, and he's got a scruffy beard, man. And I go, what is the deal with this beard? There it is, folks. You see it on the screen right there. I want to shave this thing bad. I'm keeping this beard until we win a series. So that's my key. Make Boa shave.
Mine was 4 is greater than 3. So they won 3 games in a row. Make it 4.
Here's Mark Trumbo, who pinch hit in last night's ball game. He takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Trumbo hitting .282, 6 home runs, 19 RBIs. See those years he had with the Angels. He was an all-star with the LA Angels of Anaheim. Chopper to short. Freddie Galvis has a nice hop. 2 quick outs near the first.
Couple quick, easy rollovers.
Well, that's a good sign if he can sustain that. And now he's got to deal with Paul Goldschmidt. Man, did he crush a ball to center field in last night's ball game.
Ben, we talk all the time on here about the uppercut versus sort of the down path to the ball. Matt and I do, and you and I probably will get in it at some point this summer. But I watched this guy last night, Goldschmidt, and man, he comes in with a strong reputation as a great hitter. He had like 3 balls right down the middle last night. His first 3 times up, swung up underneath all 3 of them. And then I looked at his stats. The guy's hitting .350.
Incredible year.
And then he showed us why in his 4th at bat.
Chopper toward the hole. Galvis to his right. 3 ground balls and 3 outs for Jerome Williams. That's a 10-pitch first inning for Jerome. Diamondbacks go down in order. We'll head to the bottom of the first. First opportunity for Archie Bradley since being hit in the face. Starting lineup brought to you by Xfinity, the official entertainment provider of the Philadelphia Phillies. Herrera, Galvis, and Sizemore, followed by Howard, Franco, and Utley. Jeff Rancourt will bat 7th, Carlos Ruiz 8th, and batting 9th is Jerome Williams. And they'll face 22-year-old right-hander Archie Bradley, 2-0 with an ERA of 1.80. He's been on the disabled list since he was struck with that line drive we told you about during the Open on the 28th of April. And the first pitch is outside. It's 1-0. And the Budweiser scouting report, Ben?
He does have a good fastball. He was the 2011 first-round pick, but he uses that fastball 75% of the time. Ryan Sandberg said he likes his curveball, his breaking ball to right-handers, and he likes to throw his changeup to lefties.
Yeah, he's listed as the #1 prospect in the Arizona Diamondbacks organization. Although now that he's up in the big leagues, somebody else is going to take that responsibility over. Fastball, and it's in there, 1-2. Good luck at McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Charles Riley of Ben Salem. Phillies hit a home run in today's ball game, then Chuck will win $200.
Good luck, Charles.
Ground ball right side, but he really got in on the hands of Herrera. And there's one out.
Ben, you did some pitching. You think there's any residual effect to being hit by a batted ball pitcher?
Human nature tells you there would be, but it all depends on the person. It's going to be, it's probably something he thinks about a lot. But the fact that he's out back on the mound already, I give him all the credit in the world. But it's like getting hit as a hitter.
Yeah. Doesn't seem to be any residual effect to Giancarlo Stanton.
No,
not at all. Freddie Galvis takes outside.
Hit another 470-footer today.
Incredible. Up to the second deck in center field down in Miami. 1 ball, no strikes to Galvis, and he takes low. It's 2-0. Well, Bradley only threw a simulated game to get ready for this ball game. He has watched himself get hit with that line drive over and over and over again. A lot of guys won't watch it because it's so horrific. But he said part of the reason why he's watching it is because he wanted to see if there was anything he could have done differently. Ball 4, and Galvis draws a walk.
Maybe he got sort of in a position where he couldn't get his glove hand up fast enough or something. We've seen line drives right back at him.
Yeah, I'd be honest with you, I don't know if anything could have stopped that line drive.
Well, here's our Geico quote of the day. It's from Bradley. I tried to throw a curveball in there for a strike, and I saw the pitch going towards the plate. Then I woke up, and I was laying down. I got myself together and opened my eyes. I could see, wiggled my feet, and the next thing I knew, the trainers were there. It's been a topic as to whether he should wear the protective guard on his hat. But as he said, that protective guard would not have protected his
that's
eye.
like a concussion thing, isn't it? It's for the brain, to protect the brain. Oh! Golly, it's hard to watch because it's noise. All right, that's enough, guys.
Yeah, the noise. It's the noise of him getting hit in the face. So he had a black eye, a small fracture, and since that's happened, he had a concussion, but he's had 3 concussion tests just to see how he's progressed. 1 ball and no strikes to Sizemore. And he takes a strike after a visit from Tuffy Go-Switch, and it's 1-1.
And again, after you release the baseball, you're a fielder. That's what made Greg Maddux so good. He was in the same spot when he landed. He was in perfect position. A lot of these guys fall off the mound to one side. They're not in a good fielding position. They're not balanced. But again, that was a rocket that Cargo hit. So
throw was in the dirt, knocked down by Goldschmidt.
And we'll have to get a new ball for that one.
Oh yeah, you got to get a new ball's got a little grass stain on it.
Sizemore 1 for 3 last night. He's 5 for 16 on this homestand. As Galvis draws another throw.
Speaking of that new ball thing, the fans out there, and I'm asked Ben about this. These young men pitching in this generation today grew up learning to make a ball move with no scuffs on. In the old days, guys used to want a scuff or a smudge or something that they could touch or use to make the ball move. Nowadays, that smudge or scuff or that dirt mark on the ball impedes the movement that the pitchers have now, right? Because they want a clean ball.
Yeah. Very few pitchers, and I'm not that far removed from the game, very few pitchers that I had always said, I want another ball. They always said, give me that one back.
Right.
Runner goes, pitches swung on and missed, goes switches throw, goes into center field. Galvis will just hang out at the second base bag. That's his 4th stolen base without getting caught.
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't know about a good jump, but I'm glad that ball didn't hit Freddie. It came very close to hitting Freddie in the coconut right there as he was sliding. You see this replay. It's kind of scary. It's just throw. Boom! Right by his chin.
Tell you what, though, good throw. I think Freddie's out by a mile. Getting back to the balls, though, I would have pitchers that would say to me, if you get a chance to short hop second baseman and throw in between innings, do it.
Or just rub it on the dirt
just so it would get a scuff on it.
Yeah, they used to yell at us, don't throw that ball out.
Out of play, it remains 2-2.
Now, Mike, playing on AstroTurf the majority of your life, did you find the balls got more stuffed on the turf than you did the dirt? No?
No, not at all. A lot of times bats will make a mark on a ball.
Yeah.
Especially hickory or black bats that are painted black. But no, you get a little scrape on a ball.
Down the left field line. On the run is Peralta toward the corner, and he makes the catch. Yeah, there are 2 outs.
Get a little scrape on a ball. The pitcher wanted it. They didn't know what to do with it with a scrape. They didn't like it clean. Brady's been swinging the bat well. I watched him at BP today, and nice, relaxed, smooth BP. Wasn't, just it's funny when you want to. I don't know how you were, Ben, but when you're going good in the games, BP becomes just like an afterthought, just a little warm-up time for you. You don't need to show off. You don't need to work on anything. You kind of just spray little line drives all over, and you can always tell in BP how good a guy's going in the game by how much energy he expends in batting practice.
That's when Tony Gwynn always told me, if you come out of the cage and you're breathing heavy, you're working too hard.
Good point.
Howard takes outside, 1 ball and no strikes. Ryan 7 home runs in his last 22 ball games. Hitting .231.
Did you ever see Tony Gwynn overswing in a game?
No. Tony would use a black bat in batting practice from time to time, and there would be 1 mark on it after the BP session.
It's like target practice.
1 mark.
And he could win a home run contest.
Yes, he could.
If I was in one with him one time in St. Petersburg, Florida, and he won the home run hitting contest at Al Lang Field.
Out of play, it's 2-1 to Howard. It's time now for our Lowe's Never Stop Improving player profile. And Jerome Williams, his improvement on the cutter, 071 in the month of May, where it was at 400 in the month of April. So we'll keep an eye out on that tonight. On the inside corner, 2-2.
Well, Ryan's right up on that plate. And that umpire's eyes are right on that inside corner. If there's any part of that plate he can call right, it should be the inside corner.
That's the veteran Tim Welke behind the plate. Mike Everett's over at first. Sean Barber at second. Todd Tishner at third. And a called strike 3. Well, I guess if the first one was a strike, that one was going to be a strike. Howard just flips his bat away. Pretty tight. Phillies leave one in scoring position. We'll go to the second. Ball and bat, compliments of sports for all. The Phillies wrap up this homestand and the 3-game series against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Tickets can be purchased by going to Phillies.com. Cody hitting just under 300 down in AAA as he makes the transition to the outfield. He made a diving catch the other night, and from all accounts, he's made every play that has been hit his way. Peralta bunts at it and foul tips it at 0-2.
Well, that's the first time in a long time I've seen somebody try to bunt away from the shift. And I think it's a good play. You leading off an inning like this?
It's a great play.
And he's not your typical cleanup hitter. I mean, you know, Goldschmidt is the 3-hole hitter, or Trumbo. One of those guys could be a cleanup hitter. Fly ball, shallow center field, and Herrera is there. And 1 out. That'll bring Yasmani Tomas to the plate. He was under the weather last night, although he did pinch hit late in the game and grounded out to Luis Garcia.
Ben, how did you like it when you caught when the hitters came up and then give you a little tap on the shin guard with their bat?
I didn't mind it. I really did. To be honest with you, towards the end of my career, everyone did it their first at bat. You know, hey Benny, what's going on?
Yeah.
Say hello to the umpire as well.
I guess the only guy that didn't like it was the St. Louis catcher
Yadier Molina.
Yadier when Phillips came up and tapped him on the turned into a brawl.
They didn't get along. They still don't really get along.
That was a good brawl too. That was a very good brawl.
Yeah, thank goodness the net was there behind home plate. Swing and a miss by Tomas. It's 1-2. If the net wasn't there behind home plate, they all would have went into the stands. Just a bit outside, 2-2. And Tomas gets a piece of it. There were a handful of Cuban players who were commodities during this offseason. Tomas was a significant commodity. There were a number of teams that were in on possibly bringing him to their organization. A lot of guys didn't know where he should play, though. The Diamondbacks have settled on him playing third base. Some people thought he was an outfielder. Out to left field. Sizemore going back. It's over his head and off the top of the wall. Tomas will put the brakes on and stop at first with a long single.
He almost got his first home run. Hard for me to believe in 60 at-bats. That guy does not have a home run. Wow, especially in that park he plays in. But
some thin air they have out here. Gray does a good job of getting to it. Need a good strong throw to second base and keeping Tomas at first and keep the double play in check.
Well, that's the first hit for the Diamondbacks.
And he didn't hit that very well. I think it was more towards the end of the bat.
Yeah, it sounded like it was thumped off the end of the bat. Chris Owings, the batter, he was 2 for 4 in last night's game. And that pitch a little low. It's 1-0.
This is some park to hit in when those flags are limp like that, guys. Watch BP today down on the field in uniform. And Sean O'Sullivan was hitting the ball off the Jefferson sign. The blue Jefferson
in left field.
Health is all we do, son. And that's a pitcher.
That's a shot.
Jim Salisbury was asking Sean yesterday, he watched him take BP, and he said, well, I can see that you've hit before. And he said, yeah, I used to play third base in college when he wasn't pitching. So the ball definitely comes off his bat differently than the other pitchers.
Sean will start tomorrow's ball game. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Well, he's worked ahead of a number of hitters in this game. He's only allowed the one base hit. Little floater out towards shallow right. Utley's on the run. He won't get it. Plays it on a hop and just flicks it in. Well, that's just unlucky if you're Jerome Williams. But for Owings, that's the third hit he's had in this series, and a lot of them have been that way. During the 2015 season, Turkey Hill, the official ice cream of the Phillies, will contribute $100 for each Phillies victory and 5 cents for each carton of Phillies Grand Slam ice cream. Sold to support the Phillies youth baseball and softball programs. How's your gelato progress? Are you making progress on it?
Absolutely. You may see a little gelato up here at some point in the next couple of days, or tomorrow maybe.
Really that fast, huh?
Which reminds me, I haven't had any ice cream yet this evening. Have you been?
Ask and you shall receive.
Man, you guys know about that?
Did not know about that. Sea salted caramel gelato.
A thing of beauty.
Oh my gosh!
You got all the gelato you can want now.
Oh, my good friends at Turkey Hill, look at this sea salted caramel. I'm happy. You guys go ahead and do the game.
There's a full bag of it in the back too.
You guys go ahead and do the game. No, just kidding. What could be more fun than sitting up here eating gelato? Turkey Hill gelato.
Better get it before it melts.
Game.
1-0 to go switch. Out in front of an off-speed pitch. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
All right.
Everybody's got their own container.
Don't mind me. I got ice cream in my mouth.
Good ground ball right here, Jerome.
Strike 2. Go switch 10 for his last 27.
Tuffy. Phillies farm hand for several years.
Swing and a miss. Tied him up 92. Now that's the first strikeout for Williams. There are 2 gone here in the second.
That sinker had some life on it. A lot of life. Obviously, a sinker is the best pitch you can get a ground ball with. And he goes in hard.
Yeah, that's where the bottom fell out of that baby.
It did. And it was at 92.
Yeah, we saw his average velocity was 91.5 when we did the scouting report on him. It's not often that he's up at 92 or 93. Trying to see his way through this top of the second. Ahmed did go on that, yes, according to Mike Everett, the first base umpire. 0-1.
I know you're watching the pitch, but how does Tim Welke not see that as a home plate umpire? You would have to think your peripheral vision would take over and say, yeah, he swung at that. But first base umpire's there for a reason.
Well, there is a big movement in the game to have all check swings looked at by the corner umpires. I'm not sure why it's this year that it's becoming more and more a factor.
Well, why would the home plate umpire ever call a check swing, make the call on a check swing? Isn't it just as easy to look down there, look over there?
Now, I think sometimes it's just so obvious you can do it.
Yeah, I agree that that first one I thought was obvious. 0-2 pitch coming. And he fouls it at the plate.
I tell you, if I played today with the check swing call rule, whatever it is, I've never heard it defined exactly. I'd have struck out another 300 or 400 times.
What was it defined when you played?
I thought it was something like breaking your wrist or something.
Yeah.
But I could turn that bat all the way over, past home plate as long as I followed it with my body. Get away, you know, and kind of look down at the umpire.
Yeah.
You know, at first base.
Time is called. Light rain starts to fall, as we just showed you here at Citizens Bank Park. Ponchos are out, always fashionable in their way. Couldn't get him to go fish after that. It's now 2 balls and 2 strikes.
I tell you, if a ball with an 0-2 count, 1-2 count, if a ball doesn't like leave your hand in the strike zone and break out of it, I think it's just a waste of a pitch.
I agree with that. And it's those last 2 pitches. Yes, they had great movement on him, but he's got to start that ball more in the middle of the plate.
Right. It's a ball out of the pitcher's hand.
Foul tip, and Ruiz hangs on, and they just signaled to Mike Everett. Did he hold on? And Mike Everett, the first base umpire, says he did. So back-to-back strikeouts for Jerome Williams, and the side is retired here in the second. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 men left. Now they're coming out to ask Mike Everett. Mike Everett says, yeah, I saw it. I'm going to call it a strike, or I'm going to call it a strikeout. Nothing that Chip Hale could do. Middle of the second, Phillies and the Diamondbacks scoreless. We'll send Maikel Franco to the plate to start things off. Yep, the rain has started here in Philadelphia. And let's take a look at this last play. Ben, you think this is a foul ball?
It's 100% a foul ball. You'll see the ball creep out of his mitt right there, and he's holding it on the ground.
But do we know that he actually made contact with the ball?
You can see the ball on the ground. When he's pulling it up here, you see him stick the glove down and pick it up. It's a good sale by Chooch.
You would have sold it that way, too.
Yeah, I would have. But that's one of those plays I think should be reviewable.
Well, I wonder, though, if that was reviewed, if they would have been able to overturn it. As Franco sends one in the air to right center field, and it's playable for Trumbo, and there's one away. So that's the third straight at bat, counting the last couple last night where he swung at the first pitch.
Well, he's trying to get his first knock up here this year, and you might as well get it on a first pitch fastball. I mean, you're not changing Chase's style at all, really. I mean, he's going to take strike 1.
Yeah, but it's against someone he's never seen before. He doesn't know the arm slot the ball's coming out of. He doesn't know how a fastball gets on him. You know, that was huge for me. And again, I wasn't the best offensive player, but if I had a better idea of where that pitch is going to come from, I thought I could see the ball better.
Right. Sandberg said he thinks that Franco tonight will be a little more relaxed than last night. Said he thought he was pretty amped up, which I guess you can imagine. Inside, 1 ball, 1 strike to Chase. Chase 1 for 4 with a double in last night's ball game. Should say 1 for 3. During his simulated game, Bradley did have a ball that came right back at him, a ground ball that came right back at him. They said pretty hot, like he was moving pretty good, and he just shuffled out of the way. He didn't try to make the play or anything like that. Now, he said during the game he will make the play if it does come back to him. In the air to right center field, going back on it is Trumbo. It's going to stay in the yard, and Inciarte now makes the final call and puts it away. 2 outs.
Must have got it down on the end a little bit.
Yeah.
Because that sure looked like a good swing. Fastball right there. No wind blowing in the ballpark. Chase just a hair off, Ben.
That's pretty center cut fastball there. He knew it. You can see just towards the end of the bat there.
A little snow cone action there. Here's Jeff Francoeur. Takes a strike. It's 0-1. Francoeur hitting .217, 2 homers, 10 RBIs, and he's been hot here in the month of May. That one's hit well. Deep to left field. Going back is Peralta. It is gone! Jeff Francoeur is 3rd home run of the year, and the Phillies jump out to a 1-0 lead.
Ryan Sandberg must have known something. They go Ben Revere out of the lineup tonight. Insert Frenchie Francoeur. 1-0 Phillies.
Well, I don't think I've seen anything other than a fastball. And Ryan Sandberg said, listen, this guy throws 75% fastballs. And it just seems like it's one after the other. And Jeff with a good swing on another heater.
And Charles Riley of Ben Salem, you've just won $200 thanks to Jeff Francoeur and the McDonald's home run jackpot. Carlos Ruiz takes a breaking ball.
There you go.
Said it.
Pitchers.
Francoeur sure has done a lot in a limited role this year.
You anticipate the Phillies are going to make some changes to the roster as the season moves on, outfield-wise. But you know he's been a valuable bat off the bench. And when he's gotten in there, even though he's still hitting .226, he's had some productive ABs.
Well, with Ashe in in AAA and supposedly going to be coming back pretty quick, I wouldn't want to have to make some of these personnel decisions they're going to be facing.
Chopper back toward the middle and leaks into center field. A base hit for Ruiz.
Good to see Carlos go up the middle like that. That's the beginning of a big game right there.
5-game hitting streak now for Ruiz.
Back to Francoeur. I don't think Francoeur will be in the mix in terms of a player to be let go or sent down. Not in our future this year. I think his defense in right field and pinch hitting ability and occasionally starting ability is proved to be valuable. Right-handed bat as well.
I think the other thing too, the way he's handled himself in the clubhouse. I mean, he is I know everybody has said this everywhere he's been. Atlanta, New York, Kansas City, San Diego. He is a breath of fresh air.
They love his character, and that's one thing that the Phillies said. They're trying to bring in more character guys. Aaron Harang.
Off the glove of Ahmed. How about this? Ruiz will stop at second. That ends a streak of 24 consecutive games without an error by Ahmed. The best defensive team in the National League, the Arizona Diamondbacks, have just committed the first error of the night.
Well, that ball was smoked. I got to tell you, that ball was smoked. And I don't know. It didn't really come up, maybe a little bit, but it was flat misplayed.
I think he did.
But it was, you know, the ball was hit hard. Give him some credit. Give Williams some credit. He hit it hard.
You're right, Mike. I think he just flat out misplayed it. He didn't pick his head up to see if he could turn two right away. He kept his head down on the ball. His hands were down. It wasn't a bad hop. Just clanked it.
Well, let's see if they can make him pay. We talked about this, that they have started to make the opposition pay for their mistakes over the last couple of days.
Well, you're right. They have rallied. They need a big 2-out hit here, though, to keep the rally going.
So O'Du will get jammed his first at bat. I think I've seen a lot of pitchers starting to do that with that big high leg kick. If you can't get it down on time, you're not going to be able to catch up to a good fastball inside.
They're up to the right side and hit his foot, he says, but they're going to make a play to first. And home plate umpire Tim Welke says, And the side is retired. The putout will go 4-3. Ryan Sandberg is coming out to question it.
Welke's saying, I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
Not much you can do about it. No, it didn't look like it hit his foot by that angle. It's tough to tell.
You know, if it hits your foot, your reaction's going to be ow.
Yeah.
You're going to, I mean, your first, unless it just barely touches the sole of your shoe, but I would say if it got a piece of your foot, you'd be.
And he started to take off to run and then said, oh, yeah, by the way.
Well, Jeff Redcore is giving the Phillies a 1-0 lead with this blast to left center field. Phillies leave a couple, but they have the lead as we go to the third. For all the information, and please submit your answer on the subject line. All right, guys, which player led the 1990s in hits and doubles? Which player led the 1990s in hits and doubles? The answer will be revealed in a little bit. By the way, just to wrap up that last play, we alluded to it, but I don't know if I emphasized it enough. That foul ball off the foot of Odubel is not reviewable. But the home plate umpire can, like the old days 2 years ago, go out to the home plate umpire and say, hey, can you ask somebody for help? And Tim Welke felt like he didn't need to do that. I think eventually everything's going to be reviewable. I mean, at least it seems like we're heading that way.
It's very tough. First of all, those guys are way too far away from being able to pick that up. You know, just see the ball change directions. And, whatever happened to the old red paint on the ball? I've seen that before.
They don't use red shoe polish anymore. They use a neutral, more like a wax that they put on now. Why don't we just get robots and throw robots out on the field?
clutter everything up, Ben.
We've seen a couple strange little home plate plays tonight with the ball in the dirt. It was the phantom strike 3. Now the phantom foul ball off the foot.
We had a play the other day where Grady Sizemore might get a ball down the first base line.
Saw it.
And that's where I think eventually everything will be reviewed. Or reviewable. So we're going to miss.
That ball definitely caught the inside bag, the Grady Sizemore ball down the line.
Well, what away under Inciarte's coming up. Well, earlier tonight, before the ball game, big Philly fan Jim Kramer fulfilled a lifelong dream by throwing out a first pitch here at Citizens Bank Park. He also got a chance to wear Chase Utley's number 26, and now he's with Greg Murphy. Murph?
All right, thank you very much, Tom. You know, you say lifelong dream, and you're not kidding, Tom, as we welcome in Jim Kramer. It's nice to see you, first of all. And Tom just said it was a lifelong dream for you to throw out that first pitch, and it really was it not?
Well, I've probably been to maybe 300 games in my life, and I've been every year, and I always see that guy doing the first pitch. I always say, that guy's the luckiest man in town. Tonight, I'm the luckiest man in town.
Well, you did a nice job with it. I know you had some practice, but you also got some coaching from Chip Hale right before you went out on the mound, did you not?
He saw that I took a couple warm-ups, and he didn't like the way I was doing a 2-seam. He said if you do it a 4-seam, it's less likely that you'll hit the dirt. And then he said to his buddy to the left of him, he said, listen, I think he may choke. But it was, and then he looked at me and says, don't choke because the city will boo you. And I said, I totally agree, but I said, one thing you got to know, I deserve to be booed. It's not like that.
This is your city, so that would be okay.
My city, but it doesn't matter because you don't choke. We know that, okay?
Nice pick right there by Freddie Galvis for the second out. So let me ask you this. Yeah, he certainly is.
Hitting fifth best in NL in majors. And I'll tell you something. He's a story of hope. Okay? Because, you know, I remember when he was batting like 188, and I'm thinking, geez, but give him a chance. He's a young boy. Like, there was a guy who's in the booth tonight, and I was selling ice cream when he was just broke up. And this is a man by the name of Michael J. Schmidt. Yep. And I remember people booing him, and I'm saying, you kidding me? And he became like my idol, and I got to meet him before, and I've got to tell you, I know my late mom and dad saw it because they loved him so much.
Yeah, Michael Jack certainly has lots of fans. Now, you're talking about the time where you sold ice cream at Veterans Stadium. That was your first job.
I sold soda the first 2 years and then got promoted to ice cream, largely in the 600 and 700 level. And I dominated the 700 level because I was willing to hustle. And it's all about hustle. We know that. That's how you win in every single walk of life. It doesn't matter whether you have the greatest brains, brute, whatever. If you hustle, you win. And that's the way it is in sports. That's the way it is in life.
Well, that is evident by your success on television. Mad Money celebrating 10 years. That's hard to believe, 10 years. Is it hard to believe for you?
2,300 episodes, yeah. And I got to tell you, that's why I wear Chase's number because they call me Chase because I play through pain. And I've had pretty much every injury and laryngitis. Doesn't matter. You got to play. And everyone knows my team. I speak only in sports analogies when I'm off the desk. And when I'm on, I try to work in the sports. Everybody knows that I'm my Phillies towel right next to me. When my dad passed away in November, Mr. Laurie sent me the chair he always sat in because we're season ticket holders. Because the organizations in the city are fabulous. And I think that everyone should recognize that we are an unbelievable sports city. Never get down on yourself. Sometimes you have hard seasons, but they're just seasons. And there's another season right behind it.
I'll tell you what, the energy is infectious. I know Mike has a question for you, so go ahead, Mike. Deliver it to me.
Yeah, first of all, ask Jim. I thought he had 20 on earlier tonight in the elevator when we were together down there.
Yeah, Mike said that he thought you had 20 on your back earlier in the elevator. You did, right?
I did. I came with 20 because I had a Kramer 20 made years ago I went to the Schmidt statue and had my picture taken with it. And fortunately, I still had my 20 on when I saw Mike. And then they made me switch to Chase, but that's okay because I wanted Chase ahead of time. So I got both of my idols. I got Chase and I got Mike. This is about as good. Murph, I got to tell you, when you get to heaven, here's what you do. They let you throw out the first ball. They get you to meet Mike Schmidt, and then you get to meet Chase Utley. And I got to tell you, heaven's pretty darn good.
Pretty darn good.
I'm having my financial manager call you.
Yeah, Mike's going to have his financial guy call you in a minute. This is baseball heaven, no doubt about it. Jim Kramer, it is good to see it. Yeah, our pleasure. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Murph. Well, this is the reaction to Jeff Francoeur's home run by Jim Kramer. Yep, he's a fan. Phillies lead at 1-0 as we go to the bottom of the third. Bottom of the third, Freddie Galvis leads it off. He walked his first time up. In fact, he's seen 5 pitches. All 5 have been out of the strike zone. And there's the first one in the strike zone, a breaking ball, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike to Galvis. Boy, what a play he made defensively in the top of the third.
I guess there aren't many people that allow you to run overtime into your commercial breaks, right?
Gotta live by the rules, Mike. Gotta live by the rules. Out of play, the whole speed up rules things. There's not as much freedom anymore.
Freddie did make a heck of a play here. This is in slow motion. It's almost, you can almost appreciate it more in full speed to watch how relaxed he is while this ball's coming at him. He's just totally relaxed.
That was just foul.
Man, I'd like to see that one again too, right? You know, those umpires, like the other day on Grady's ball over the bag. I mean, the umpire got in a bad position,
Absolutely.
right? Look at that. That's relaxation. I mean, he didn't even crow hop or anything. Just it's almost like BP. You know what I mean? It's almost like getting a ball hit at you in batting practice. That's fun to see a guy so relaxed and confident.
Tries it again. This time it's foul by a wider margin. Okay, stay in your seat. Stay in your seat. Look at the little kid holding his feet.
Tell you what, Phillies fans, enjoy this young man because if he can continue somewhere near the level he's at right now as a player, he's one special player here for a long time. And I'm not one to overreact, but he's just a heck of an athlete, and when he can get relaxed like this, sense of belonging, I think Ben, don't you see what you know what I mean, right? I mean, he again, it's early. It's not even June 1st yet. Things change quickly in this game, but
they do change very quickly. And Charlie said it when he originally came up. He said Freddie Galvis is a baseball player. He just knows what to do on a field. And I expressed my, I was very candid about the fact that I didn't think he could do this. But now that he is, and you're right, things can change quickly. I am so happy for him because he's buying into it. He's putting the work in. He's doing what the Phillies have asked him to do. I mean, look at that at bat. I'm telling you right now, Freddie would not have had that at bat last year. Foul cover breaking. He would have swung at the breaking ball, the 56-footer. He would have swung at that last year. He would have.
Well, I'll tell you why. He still does that occasionally, but he's able to regroup and adjust and get back to being the good hitters because he now believes in a short chop stroke, and he can spoil fastballs with that short chop stroke with 2 strikes and basically spoil them until they throw ball 4, or he'll roll one through the infield or get a knock. I mean, it's a special feeling to have. It comes and goes, you know that, Ben. That feeling comes and goes, but you hold it as long as you can.
And we could sense in Ryan Sandberg's voice and his demeanor in spring training, he wanted to put Freddie there for the fact that he's a switch hitter. And he can, even as a right-hander, hit behind the runner at first base. So you just pencil him in because he can do it from both sides.
I think the fact that he can steal bases, too, is a big deal from that, from the 2-hole.
And we saw Neil Walker for the Pirates in the last series. They had to move him down in the lineup because right-handed he's not as good.
Outside, 1 ball, no strikes.
That's a hit and run count right here. Excuse me, Tommy. It's a nice hit and run count right here with the guy's been swinging the bat well lately. Put the ball on the ground. Makes him a better hitter if he gets a hit and run sign. Hole behind, the first base hole wide open for him.
He's got a pretty good curveball.
I haven't seen the changeup yet.
I would agree with you. I don't think he's thrown a changeup yet.
But that is one thing the Phillies hitters can look for. He's done it a couple times now. Falling behind with that fastball, gets back even with the count with that breaking ball.
Notice Goosewood's target off the plate inside. Is that expecting the ball to run back?
Yes, but that was a straight four-seamer. So unless you can really run that two-seamer off the hip of a lefty, you should have your glove a little bit more on the plate. And you mentioned last night, Tom, how Doc Halladay loved to throw to Goosewood in spring training.
Yeah.
He does give a very good target, and it's a low target. Pitchers always want to work down, down, down. And you could see where that would be nice for a pitcher to look at.
He doesn't have real good command first base.
No, he doesn't. I was thinking the same thing. Like, I wonder why he's short hopping everything to first.
Now he's got it.
Sizemore evens up the count. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ground ball, right side, base hit. Galvis will stop at second. So the Phils have the first 2 runners on. Brady Sizemore with the 6th hit, Murph, in this homestand. He really is starting to swing the bat a whole lot better.
He is starting to swing the bat a whole lot better, and so is the guy that's approaching the plate, Tom, Ryan Howard. You talked about it a little bit earlier in this game, but he is the subject of our Lowe's Never Stop Improving player profile. Take a look at what Ryan Howard's done over the last 23 games. 256. 7 home runs, as you mentioned earlier, Tom, in those 23 games, 15 RBIs and 10 runs, and a slugging percentage of .590. So Ryan Howard, he got off to a slow start in April. Batting average in April just .194, but really has turned things around in the last couple of weeks, swinging a hot bat.
Well, the slugging is remarkable. Yeah. From 250 to .590. Extra base hits are coming a little easier. So 14 extra base hits now for Howard. A chance to cushion this lead a little bit with 2 runners on and nobody out. In the air to right field. Man, did he wallop that one. Trumbo's going back. It is off the base of the wall. Galvis held up for a moment. Now he's being waved home. And Howard goes to second. It'll be an RBI double. Everything happens slowly because of the way that ball took off toward the outfield. Everybody had to wait. But it's 2-0 Phillies.
Well, I was counting that one when it left the bat.
You know why I knew it wasn't out?
Top spin?
Top spin, but Ryan Howard didn't do his take a look at it and give a quick hop. I always say the hitter will let you know. He doesn't do that patented Ryan Howard hop. Oh, no, I got to go.
And interestingly, that was great base running by Freddie Galvis. You got to kind of hang near second base with no outs. And so that if it is caught, you can still tag and get to third with 1 out. The man on first base is not, required to get to second, so he can go halfway and then kind of watch the runner in front of him. That is good base running. Anybody out there wondering why it doesn't drive in 2 runs, it's because with nobody out, you have to make sure that the right fielder doesn't catch that ball.
And some other right fielders may have caught that ball without a problem.
A lot of Ryan's balls have kind of that top spin effect when they're going out there. A little bit of a sort of a duck hook to them.
I think you're right, though, Tom. That was catchable.
We got to get that beard shave. Let's go.
That's Larry Sato right there, Schmitty.
He's saying, how did that ball not go out of the yard? Here's Franco, 0 for 1. The infield in halfway. In the dirt, 1 ball, no strikes.
Must be a good time for Michael to get off the schneid here this year with nobody out, men on second, third. He had the similar situation last night, I believe, and struck out. Kind of burst a bubble here, if you will.
Yeah, that was in the 6th inning in last night's ball game. Lays off again, 2-0.
There's 3 pitches. He went hook, change, change. And he struck out on those 3 pitches. Good approach there. The first 2 pitches here were breaking balls. Looked like he saw them well.
Two-0 pitch. Low, ball 3. Utley's on deck. Bullpen action has begun for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Chip Hale knows that this is his first start since the 28th of April. It's another right-hander, though, that's loosening up in the pen. Ball 4. That loads the bases up for Chase Utley. NBC 10 News at 4. The only station with 20 minutes of non-stop news. Weekdays at 4. NBC 10. Count on it. That's former Phil J.C. Ramirez, former Phil prospect J.C. Ramirez. He was acquired by the Phillies in the Cliff Lee deal. And he's warming up for the Diamondbacks.
Well, this looks like a little old-fashioned rally that we were talking about in the opening.
Got some command issues going for Bradley. He's got Sizemore at third, Howard at second, Franco at first.
Ben, this should be a good pitch for Chase to hit, huh?
You'd think.
It's not a good spot to be in if you're a pitcher.
The proverbial no place to put him.
Right.
Just 6 first pitch strikes for Bradley.
It's the one we've been waiting on.
Outside 2-0. All right, so is this even
this
better?
One.
Is this even better?
It's got to be this one.
You're right there, Tom. I do like his stuff. He just needs to be more aggressive in the strike zone.
That was a pitcher's pitch right there.
That was paint. Painted the outside corner.
You know, folks at home watching, why did he swing at that 2-0? Well, he's not going to do anything with it.
Two balls, 1 strike to Chase. And he lines it back toward the middle. That will drop for a base hit. Sizemore will score. Going to third is Howard. It's 3-0 Phillies. Station to station baseball.
Nothing wrong with it. You know, each guy taking what the game gives him. Getting ahead of the pitcher. Taking, not over swinging, trying to drive the ball out of the ballpark. Just, that's a beautiful little short, call it the stinger, man. That's Chase's stinger. Short knockdown swing creates a beautiful line drive.
As you can see, the rain is starting to fall a little harder. Chip Hale is coming out. That's going to be it for Archie Bradley. So Sizemore scores the 3rd run of the game for the Phils. And we've got a pitching change for the Diamondbacks here in the bottom of the 3rd. So Bradley goes 59 pitches. So far he's allowed 3 runs, but the 3 base runners are his responsibility. It's been a productive inning so far for the Phils. Still nobody out. J.C. Ramirez will be the new pitcher when we return. Sunday, May 31st at 1:35 when the Rockies are in town. All fans 14 and under get the kids' bucket hats. There it is right there. You can check out Phillies.com if you want more information on that series, the homestand, and that great giveaway. Well, just as J.C. Ramirez was coming in to warm up for the Arizona Diamondbacks, they decided to put the tarp on the field as the rain has been pretty consistent over the last several minutes or so. The Phillies have the bases loaded here in the bottom of the third with nobody out. They've scored 2 runs, and this should be just a passing thunderstorm. So we mentioned we've only been delayed 1 time this year. It was at the start of a game. Other than that, we've been in pretty good shape as far as the weather goes here in 2015. Actually, looks like it's lighter now than it was a few moments ago. But they've decided that the forecast is going to call for more of this. So we've got a rain delay here at Citizens Bank Park. While we wait for the rain delay to move on, sit back and enjoy bringing Harry home, the Harry Kalas statue. 5 Eastern time. Jeff Francoeur will lead it off with the bases loaded, or started off, I should say. With the bases loaded, 2 runs are already in. J.C. Ramirez is going to be the pitcher for the Arizona Diamondbacks. 2 2/3 Sunday against the San Diego Padres. Howard's at third, Franco's at second, Utley's at first. And the first pitch is inside, 1 ball and no strikes.
Well, he's only had about an hour and 15 minutes to think about this at bat, right? I mean, it's not like any at bat. Bases loaded, nobody out. You got to sit in the clubhouse and think about it for him.
And you're not sure if you're going to face Ramirez or somebody else. An hour and 17-minute rain delay, and the pitch is inside again, 2-0. J.C. Ramirez was part of the Phillies farm system after they acquired him from the Mariners in the Cliff Lee trade. 2 balls and no strikes. Fastball cracked towards shortstop. A run will come home. There's 1 and there's 2. So no double or no RBI. But the Phillies now take a 4-0 lead.
Still a good rally, 4-0. Not what you want after an hour and a half wait in the clubhouse from the rain delay. Nobody out here to do a double play.
Especially on a 2-0 count. You know, you work yourself. It's a long time to wait. You're going to be anxious. You get on a good count and you smother one to short.
You want to see the phantom touch at second base on a double play? Maybe we can run that one back.
I thought the same thing. I thought he was pretty. He may have been pulled off that, or he may have pulled himself off that bag. Here's Ruiz with 2 outs. Carlos takes strike 1.
This is basically just somewhere in the vicinity.
Up high, 1 ball and 1 strike to Ruiz. 96 miles an hour on that fastball from J.C. Ramirez.
And go switch signal for a sinker. I mean, that ball, yes, it was 96, but it really flattened out. It just stayed straight.
Franco's at third. And a fly ball out to center field. Here comes Inciarte, and he'll make the catch. And the side is retired. 3-run score for the Phils. It took an hour and 20 minutes to complete. We'll head to the 4th. Phillies up 4-0. Jeff now, or visit jefferson.edu. And buy Chevrolet. Visit your local dealer at chevydealer.com. Top of the 4th inning here in Philadelphia, and yes, that is Jerome Williams, who sat through the hour and 17-minute rain delay plus a few extra minutes. This is the double play that Mike was talking about, where the second baseman catches.
You'll see here, watch this, no contact with the bag when the ball's caught. They call that the neighborhood play. It's not reviewable. Here comes Chase with a hard slide. kind of picked that up when he jumped behind the bag and was not in contact with it.
And Ben, you brought up that point that he was kind of afraid that Chase was going to blow him up, so he was trying to get a little cheat going.
He knew Chase was going to come in there and try and get him.
You know, last year you could review the neighborhood play, but they amended it during the season. You can review force plays, but in that case, they give a little latitude to the infield.
Yeah, and I guess the reason is avoid injury or
safety. Yeah. Over to first base, Howard will flip to Jerome Williams. 3-1 on the putout.
So they're saying on a force play, and that one on a double play, just be somewhere in the area. Yeah. You really don't have to touch the bag.
Would have meant an RBI for Frank.
You never have had to. That's the funny thing about our game. I mean, I played second base, and seldom did I. You just come across the bag and catch it.
Make it look good. Here's Yasmani Tomas. All right, well, how much of a hurdle is this for Williams? I mean, J.C. Ramirez had to wait, obviously, but Williams had been pitching for 3 innings before the rain delay. Is this a huge hurdle, Ben?
Some guys have rubber arms. Some guys tighten up.
Some guys smell a 4-run lead in a victory.
Chase Utley comes over to make the catch on the run. What a play in foul territory. 2 outs. That little guy right there saying, yep, I got that number and name on the back of my jersey.
He amazes me. He's always looking forward, never back. He plays every minute of every game as hard as it can be played. What's the other night? Remember that great play he made behind the second base when he dove and they almost turned a double play after being mired is the word, mired in the worst slump of his career. You'd never know it by watching him play defense or running the bases.
Owens takes a strike. It's 0-1.
But Tom, I'm sure he had a heat pack on his arm. Some guys are resilient. Play with Woody Williams. This guy could go out and throw every day.
That one smoked through the middle, a base hit.
Some guys, rigor mortis sets in. They can't go back out.
I would think more guys, rigor mortis sets in. Wings is 2 for 2, and Tuffy Ghost Switch will be the hitter. Ghost Switch struck out back in the second inning.
Whereas an infielder, you really have to remind yourself, stay down on the ball. The ball's going to stay down. There's a lot of moisture out there in the dirt.
Well, here's your example right here. Utley to his left, and it goes under his glove. Wow, prophetic.
That was one of those ground balls. It was probably like squibbing. We call it a little squibber. It had a lot of spin on it.
Yeah.
And it was, saying to you, come over here and try to catch me.
Yeah.
Well,
May have had a smiley face on it too from the end of the bat.
Right under his glove. So he said, Ben, you were prophetic on that one to be able to figure that one.
Let's play the lottery tonight.
Oh, it is. Both are up over $100 million. You might as well do it.
I don't need it, Tom.
Here's Ahmed, who struck out his first time up, and he fouls it over the dugout, and it's 0-1. By the way, they have scored that an error to Chase Utley, so that's his 5th error of the season.
Well, as an infielder, here's where you really, really like a pitcher that elevates his game a little bit after you make an error.
One sinker. Pulls that one through the hole on the left side, of base hit. Rounding third, heading for home is Owings. Throw will be cut off by Franco. So the Diamondbacks are on the board. It's a 2-out base hit. And that'll put runners on first and second with 1 run in. As you give an RBI to Ahmed. And a pinch hitter coming up.
That was very close to the same pitch he struck out on, the phantom strikeout, I believe, earlier in the game, wasn't it? The ball that we thought bounced.
The foul tip.
Yeah, 0-2 pitch. It just it has to be better than that.
That's right.
It just does.
If you throw an 0-2 pitch, I don't care where it is. If it's hard, if it's a sinker, straight ball right out there over the plate, to me, you're giving that batter, you're giving him an out. I mean, an out of the at bat. In other words, you're giving him a chance to automatically put his bat on the ball. Sure, if that ground ball's right at one of our fielders or something, we're not having this conversation.
Right.
I like to see 1 or 2, of your best strikeout pitches at that point, because there's men on base, right?
Because there's men on base,
right.
But Jerome Williams isn't a strikeout pitcher. He pitches to contact, but to pitch to contact, it just has to be better than that particular pitch. 0-2 sinker, never a huge fan of it, but go ride a 4-seamer up and in.
Yeah, or you need that one you threw inside a while ago that ran about 3 feet.
Fly ball, shallow right. Francoeur comes running in, makes the catch, and the side is retired. So an unearned run charged to the line of Jerome Williams. Chafin will be the next pitcher for the Diamondbacks. The Phillies up 4-1. Low prices on kitchen disposables, consumables, small wares, and so much more. From your new restaurant partner, who but WB Mason. Jerome Williams is due to lead things off. As we go to the bottom of the 4th inning, he'll face Andrew Chafin. Pitched in last night's game. He's 1-0 with an ERA of 4.19. Jerome reached on an error his first time up. And Chafin is pitcher number 3 for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Ben, Mike's trying to keep score over here.
For the life of me, I can't keep score in baseball. I forget, Oh, I forgot. I got to write that down.
Sometimes I'll look over there, Mike, and he covers it up like I'm trying to, like at school, like a cheat sheet.
I do. I feel like I'm in a test here at college, and I got my hand over my eyes, and I'm.
There you go. 3-1 and 4 foul territory for the first two. Jerome takes strike 1. It's 0-1. Well, both teams are going to use their bullpen here tonight, obviously. Diamondbacks are already in there. So we're not sure how long Williams will go. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Doesn't look like a whole lot of folks left during that rain delay.
I was thinking the same thing. Pretty good crowd still here.
Well, it is a Saturday night, and these people are out for a nice Saturday night. Citizens Bank Park.
Over toward the hole. Ahmed. Ooh, another error. And the guy
going
came in
on?
with 24 straight games without an error.
Both balls hit by Jerome Williams.
What is going on? Keep your glove down. Did I not just say that? The ball's going to stay down. Everything's wet.
I would say, why circle that ball and field it on the run one-handed where this can happen where Jerome Williams hit the ball? Why not go over, plant, both feet, have the ball in front of you, nice crow hop, throw him out at first.
Yeah, he did have plenty of time. Well, now the top of the order, Odubel Herrera. He's grounded out twice to second. And he bunts back toward the mound. Chafin goes to second, and they'll get the lead runner. 1-6 on the putout. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Toyota. The Toyota Time Sales event ends June 1st. Hurry in today. Toyota, let's go places. By the Pennsylvania Lottery, benefits older Pennsylvanians. And by McDonald's, any size hot or iced coffee is just $1. McDonald's, I'm loving it.
Guys, I believe Odubel was bunting for a base hit right there. Got a little tied up by that pitch and ended up kind of jamming it back to the pitcher. Good idea. He's trying to take it with him down, towards the second baseman, past the pitcher's mound. Kind of got tied up.
Yeah, once Chafin got it, he had a fairly easy play at second to get Williams.
Well, with a 4-1 lead, I just don't see him being given the sacrifice bunt sign.
Freddie Galvis takes low. It's 1-0.
Definitely not, especially with the pitcher on first base. There's no way.
Galvis has walked twice tonight. In fact, he's walked in 4 consecutive games. Now 12 walks on the year.
Well, I've always been a believer that a walk a day will keep the slump away. I'm telling you, if you're getting your walks, I guarantee you you're getting your hits.
It really does mean that you're seeing the ball well.
That's exactly right. You're waiting on it, you're identifying it, you're picking out a good pitch to hit, you're willing to take what the game gives you.
Ball, 1 strike. And inside and low, 2-1.
Good hit and run time here. Monster hole between first and second.
And he could punch it there.
Freddie can hit it that way. Left-handed pitcher. You don't need a good jump on a hit and run.
Perfect pitch there to slap through that hole.
Last night, Freddie had that base hit against Oliver Perez that helped the Phils come from behind and win the game. Perez said after the game, he said, I screwed up. He said, I threw him a slider, and I should have just kept pounding him with fastballs. I gave him a chance with the slider that I threw him.
You mean the one that was in the middle of the right-hander batter's box?
Yeah.
That Freddie stayed inside and filleted over shortstop?
He pointed it out last night. He took a pretty good swing at it.
I know it wasn't, but the angle that we had, it looked like it was right in this region here.
Yeah.
And he still was able to hit it over short.
Down the right field line. Follow the Phillies all season in 2015 with MLB.com At Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At bat is up to the moment at any moment with an in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, StatCast, and more. Get MLB.com at bat for your smartphone or your tablet.
That's a good move. I was watching his delivery to the plate. Freddie fouls off another one. Sometimes he crosses his right knee past his left leg, which is, and then gives you as a runner, boom, you can go. As soon as the right leg passes the left leg that's on the mound, you can go. But sometimes he's not passing and going home. Sometimes he's not passing and going to first.
They come inside and he fouls another one off. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I don't know how this thing's going to turn out, but this is an at bat from a guy that's, you know, hitting well. I mean, this is what you see. Nope. Well, I'm not going to say it. I don't want to. It's like saying he had missed a putt, and you know, it's like jinxing a guy if you're a golf commentator. He's made all 10 of his putts inside of 5 feet today.
They actually had that discussion today on the golf telecast. I don't know who it was that was telling me.
Well, there's no chance he'll make this one.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Galvis. That one down the right field line again.
This is one of the special things in baseball. The at-bat that goes 9, 10, 11 pitches, and it becomes more of a who's going to win between the... It's always a win between who's going to win between the pitcher and hitter. But, I mean, it really gets heated when you get to this point. You want to win this battle bad. And we talked about momentum. Remember remember how long ago that was,
yeah,
the opening?
The open, hours ago.
This is something that keeps momentum and really helps it if Freddie could execute a hit here.
Good whip at that high fastball.
8 foul balls, 11 pitches. Chopper over toward first, another foul ball. Boy, he's had every kind of foul ball in this whole thing.
It's 2-2 now. The big test here, guys, is can he lay off a one?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You are so right. You get in a hack mode.
That's
it's
right. He's got that bat moving as long as that pitcher has something he can get his bat on. Let's see if he throws one in the dirt. That's a real test.
Got him an 82-mile-an-hour. I guess that was a slider. And there are 2 outs.
Yeah, he gets a nice hand from the crowd. See that? We've got some knowledgeable fans right there. That's a great effort by Freddie.
He backdoors it, which makes it even that much harder to hit. But when you're going this good, you just get a round of applause when you strike out.
It's a 13th pitch at bat. 9 foul balls during the at bat. And here's Grady Sizemore, who is 1 for 2. Working up a sweat with that at bat.
It is humid.
Up and away, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Might be the coffee I just had as well.
I was going to say you got a 24-ouncer over there.
I have to go get my trusty old fan, Tom.
Mike, have you met the tornado?
Can't say as I have.
That's awesome.
Broke his bat. Base hit to center field. Another hit for Grady Sizemore. Herrera goes to second, and he'll give Ryan Howard a chance with a runner in scoring position. Sizemore's 2 for 3 tonight, and he's now 7 for 19 on this homestands.
You love when a bat goes out that way. If the bat's been good to you for 15 at-bats, 16 at-bats, you got several knocks with it. Goes out in style, man. They go out like that, they go out in style.
Chafin likes his heater. I mean, that was 3 in a row to Sizemore. He threw a boatload to Freddie until he finally got him with that backdoor slider. I mean, he should. It's 94. He's topping out at 94 tonight from the left side.
Howard tonight is 1 for 2. He doubled his last time, drove in a run. Eventually came around to score. I think he was thinking fastball on that first pitch.
See, Ryan asked the umpire if that was a good pitch after he swung for this. And the umpire said, "For what?"
That one's pulled toward first, and Goldschmidt stays down on it. And that'll do it for the Phillies here in the 4th inning. They get a couple base runners. They get 1 hit. There was 1 Diamondbacks error. On to the 5th inning. The Phillies lead it 4-1. All right, guys, here we go. Which player led the 1990s in hits and doubles? In fact, we had a rain delay, so you might have had a chance to go downstairs to see him and ask him if he led the league in hits and doubles.
He's downstairs?
Yeah, he's the assistant hitting coach.
Really?
Yeah.
Assistant hitting coach?
Yeah.
He elected to come out of the booth for that?
Correct.
You know who it is, right?
Yes.
Well, you knew. I had actually looked it up.
Oh, really? Well, he started his career with the Cubbies.
He did.
Well, you go ahead.
He was a fellow batting
cheated.
glove guy.
I cheated.
And Mark Grace.
Mark Grace is correct. He had 1,754 hits and 364 doubles. Log back on to Phillies.com and find out if you're the winner of Phillies prize pack. There's Gracie.
And one funny man. He is a riot.
No, we don't.
Under Inciarte is the batter, and he hits that one back toward the middle, over the mound, a base hit. That's his 4th hit of the series. Mark Trumbo's coming up. Let's check in with Greg Murphy. Murph?
All right, thanks very much, guys. Well, the Phillies, as you guys talked about, catch a little bit of a break. Jerome Williams able to come back after that lengthy rain delay to continue in this game, and that's good news. Phil's starting pitchers at home have been pretty good this year. It's the subject of our T-Mobile Game Changer. You take a look at home, starting pitching 6-8 with an ERA of 3.30. 14 quality starts for the starters here at home. You get on the road, things change a little bit. 4-12, an ERA close to 7. You see the batting average against at 325 and only 4 quality starts. So Jerome hoping to add to that today. He needs to get through another 2 innings or so and continue to pitch the way he's pitching, but hoping to add to that stat for those starting pitchers here at Citizens Bank Park, guys.
Yeah, as Ben said earlier, it's big for him to get deep into this game, or at least deeper. The Phillies got a little bit of a reprieve the last couple of days, but nice to keep that reprieve going. Down and away, 1 ball, no strikes. Murph, you all carved up for your bike race tomorrow?
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get a whole lot of sleep, but
that's
yeah,
right.
I'm ready to go.
20. How far is it? 25?
25 miles. It's not a race as much as it's a ride.
It's a ride, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you'll make it competitive.
Yes.
And you got a GoPro, correct?
I do. 2 of them, I believe. 1 on my helmet, 1 on my bike.
Outside, it's 2.
Doesn't that race end up at the Navy Yard or pass through the Navy Yard?
I think it passes through.
Yeah, I believe it does, but it's going to end up right here, back at Citizens Bank Park.
Got to wear a helmet?
Got to wear a helmet.
You're going to put a little card on a clothespin in the spokes of your rear wheel. So
I have my Schmitty and my Ben Davis in my spokes already.
So it sounds like a motor.
Exactly right. I got to get me my Matt Stairs to complete my collection.
Well, there were a lot of bikers out on the country roads in Chester County today.
I'm sure you treated them with respect, Ben.
I absolutely did, Murph. It's always a joy to get behind them.
3 balls, no strikes to Mark Trumbo with a runner at first base. And he takes a strike. It's 3-1.
I'll tell you, that Navy Yard's an impressive place. Took a walk around there this morning and took a lot of pictures. It's pretty
amazing.
Cool over there.
It's amazing
a lot
how
of great
it's
things
changed.
over there. Yeah.
Did you eat at the Frog?
No.
No?
No. Didn't eat anywhere, but just took a nice power walk around.
Swing and a miss, 3-2.
You don't know how wide that Delaware River body of water is over by that Navy Yard until you actually get down there next to it. From the airplane, it doesn't look that wide, but wow.
All those big ships that are coming up. Fouls that one off his foot to stay alive. It'll be Trumbo, then Goldschmidt. So this is a tough part of the lineup for Jerome Williams to deal with. A Diamondbacks lineup that is second in the National League in hitting at .269. Got him.
Nice pitch. Very nice pitch.
Yeah, he buried that cutter.
Now Trumbo's upset that he swung at that, but he's probably thinking, listen, I have to get a heater here in this situation. Goldschmidt coming up next. He doesn't want to walk me and put the tying run on base with Paul Goldschmidt up. But he swung at ball 4.
Well, here is Goldschmidt. He's 0 for 2. He's grounded out twice. He's not going to ground out here. That is a towering shot to left field. Sizemore to the fence, and it is gone. 2-run home run. It's now a 4-3 ball game. 10th home run of the year for Goldschmidt.
Well, that just goes to show you if you time up a fastball with an uppercut perfectly, that may be the highest home run I've ever seen.
That was a moonshot.
You get a clock on that baby. We had a clock on Stanton's the other night for going out quick. This could be the longest time a ball ever took to get out of a ballpark. Wow.
It's like his double last night. That was a shot that was way up there. This one goes about 4 rows deep. So we've got a 1-run game here. The Phillies are going to get somebody up in the bullpen. It looks like DeFreitas is going to start the throw. They'll buy him a little time here. As David Peralta is starting to is going to step to the plate. All right, so Stanton's ball was 3 seconds. This one was 6.5 seconds.
Boy, they are doing some time killing right here.
Yeah, we talk about speeding up the game, and understandably so. Chooch goes out, walks all the way back. Now Bob McClure goes out. Obviously, you want the Phillies to make the best decision here, but we all know what's going on. So you can't tell me that this isn't something else that they could look at from a league standpoint to say, all right, you just had a meeting. You're not going back out there again.
Well, I think Mr. Umpire is getting ready to say those very words.
Milwaukee going out to break up this conversation.
But even Tim Welke knows what they're doing. I mean, they're trying to get plenty of time for DeFreitas to get warm.
Phillies baseball is brought to you by Budweiser. Budweiser, still brewed the hard way. This Bud's for you. Which is a little low. It's 1-0. Well, you've got Enciarte, then you've got Tomas. We'll see what the Phillies do after Peralta. After Peralta is done with his AB.
Still like to see Jerome get through this inning.
Yeah.
Have a chance at a W. And not have to see Justin come in the 5th.
Well, he's going to get an out here. A big hop for Chase Utley. So 2 outs. And Tomas is the batter. Tomas is 1 for 2. He singled off the wall his first time up. And then he popped out in a really good play by Chase Utley his last time up. Broke his back, ground ball to third base. Franco has time, and the inning is over. But the Diamondbacks pulled to within 1. Paul Goldschmidt's 2-run home run, which was his 10th of the year, has made this a 4-3 ball game. So on to the bottom of the 5th inning. Maikel Franco will lead things off when we come back. We've been talking about how different his swing is, and really, Ben, how different swings are across the board in Major League Baseball.
They are, and when you have power hitters, different swings for different folks. And we'll take a look here at someone I'm very fortunate to sit next to, and Michael Jack Schmidt, his 500th homer, which he said he's tired of talking about. But you want to say, young hitters, you want to keep a back elbow, you want to keep your shoulders square and level. Mike Schmidt does not get into that situation right there. You want to get to the ball and you want to finish high. You don't want to roll your wrists over. Mike Schmidt was a very handsy, wristy hitter, but he's in a powerful position. Strong front leg or landing leg, stride leg, strong back foot, and you want to teach guys to finish high. Mike Schmidt never finished high. And you hear Steve Paul Goldschmidt, you're going to see a back elbow, low back elbow, flat shoulders, and as we progress the swing, when he gets to the point of contact, he finishes up. He doesn't finish across his body. And that's the two differences. Mike Schmidt hit 548 home runs. Paul Goldschmidt, same type player. We'll wait to see what happens with Paul Goldschmidt, but a power guy that can go line to line.
Well, here's Maikel Franco. And he lines one to center field, and that'll drop for a base hit, his first hit. Since returning to the Phils.
I'm changing my name to Silver Schmidt.
Michael Silverschmidt. That'll be a mouthful.
Well, I don't know about that. You want to teach him to finish high.
Well, you're looking at different swings, and like I said, and you even said it yourself, you're a very handsy hitter. You would roll your wrist, not at contact, but immediately after. And kids are taught now in high school, and I teach my own son. You get to the ball, you want to finish out through the ball. You would get to the ball and roll over your hands to a certain degree, correct?
No. I didn't roll over my hands. I shut the barrel of the bat down on the ball. I shut my top hand down on the ball.
Right.
Rather than have my top hand underneath the bat when it made contact with the ball.
Right.
And I believe that allowed me to hit higher pitches better. I could always hit a low pitch, but I think you need to have the top hand, the dominant hand if you're left-handed, right hand. The right hand or the top hand has to come down on the baseball. That's me.
Right. But I'm saying even afterwards, when you got to the ball, you would finish across your body as opposed to up above your
well,
head.
The highlight that you showed there, yes. I mean, that was kind of my technique toward the end of my career. A little like the guy hitting right now. My 500th home run swing was very, very similar to when Chase sort of, it's almost like knocking it down in golf. You hit a knockdown shot with an abbreviated finish. Chase doesn't swing the bat like he did right there when you saw him take that practice swing.
Right.
Chase will hit and stop. It's sort of a hit and hold, if you want to call it.
Eddie bunts foul.
In fact, he calls it that, hit and hold.
I guess he saw this overshift on here too, so that's why he tried to bunt his way on. They're changing it up a little bit here. Sorry, to Major League Scoreboard, the Braves have defeated the Marlins 5-3. Jace Peterson hit a grand slam for the Braves. Meanwhile, the Mets clobbered the Brewers 14-1. Wilmer Flores a home run. They had a 10-run fourth inning.
Mets needed that for their struggles recently.
That's a fair ball over the bag down the right field line. Franco's on his way to third, and he's being waved home. The throw through the cutoff man is not in time. An RBI for Utley, his second of the night. It's 5-3 Phillies.
Well, maybe things are changing for Chase, huh? The balls like that aren't at somebody, they're right over the bag. Second knock of the night. Gail Franco kind of watching the relay throw at home plate. There was nobody out at the time.
Well, Pete was pretty aggressive.
Yeah, Pete was very aggressive.
But Chase Utley, to his credit, we talk about baseball instincts. He never hesitated going around second base. It's almost like he knew the throw was going to go home and not to third base. Never hesitated, went straight to third base. I'm anxious to see how they score that.
It's a double and to third on the throw. So pitching change for the Diamondbacks, so they'll dip back into their bullpen. Chase Utley has 2 RBIs tonight, 17 now on the year. The Phillies lead it 5-3, looking for some more when we come back. Third base, Chase Utley continues to climb up the charts of doubles in Phillies franchise history. Jimmy Rollins, of course, leads the way with 479. Chase is now tied with Sherry McGee. And just 11 behind Bobby Abreu. Here's Enrique Burgos, who pitched in last night's ball game, pitching here against Jeff Francoeur with the infield in a little. So we're going to miss the breaking ball. They have scouted Francoeur, knowing that he is notorious first ball swinger. It was a home run tonight that came back in the second.
Jeff likes to dive out there in Atlanta. He only had that 4-hit game. He went out and got some sliders low and away. You might have been watching that one on TV. He's got his nose right out there by those balls. Yep. Tried to do it on that pitch as well. They must be playing back, thinking that with no outs, Chase is not going to go on a ball on the ground.
In the dirt, and it's 1-2.
Well, they're playing halfway. They're not necessarily playing back. They're not playing in.
Yeah, I wonder if that was because Francoeur does hit a lot of baseballs hard.
Well, some teams have different depths. They call them, 1 depth, 2 depth, 3 or 4. I really think there's only 3 that you should use. 1, you're into the grass. It's go time. We have to get the guy at home. 2 is right where they're at right now, and 3 are just all the way back, conceding the run.
Foul tip, and Francoeur struck out, 1 away. And now that will leave things for Carlos Ruiz with 1 out and a runner at third.
Pitching pretty tough right there. I think he foul tipped that ball. Jeff's not happy with that. He wanted that RBI.
Yep. It's hard not to be over anxious in that situation. And nobody out, man on third base. Anxious to see who comes out on deck here.
They saw Blanco running through the dugout, looking for his bat and his helmet. There he is.
Well, now they're in. Their infield is in.
Carlos lines it toward the alley in right center field. That'll get the run home and a little bit more for Ruiz. On his way to second, an RBI double. He's 2 for 3, and it's 6-3 Phillies.
Man, I like that. Chooch is starting to heat up a little bit now. Look at that. Look for that first ball fastball, man on third. But you usually don't get it. They usually get a breaking ball or something in that situation. Chooch likes to take, but not here. Boom. Right center.
Tom mentioned it last night. Burgess is a strikeout pitcher. And you saw that with the sliders that he threw Francoeur. I would have just stayed with that slider. But you're right, though, Mike. The ball's coming off his bat a lot crisper. And he's using the center and right center a lot more.
I love the approach, though, in an RBI situation, just to go hunting right away, for that fastball.
Yeah, in the middle of the field.
And that's the one that's easy to either hit in the air or drive up the middle.
So now Blanco will pitch it for Williams. So Jerome is done after 5. And an hour and 17-minute rain delay. Blanco takes, and it's 1-0. Well, nobody else up in the Diamondbacks bullpen. They had to make a roster move with Bradley coming on. So
did I hear you say you got a late call on this pinch hit?
Yeah, he was running through the dugout.
I know that's one of the things pinch hitters are.
The first base line. Ruiz will score. Blanco on his way to second. It'll be an RBI double. A 3-run 5th inning.
I was just about to say, guys that pinch hit, they like plenty of warning. They don't be good. Hey, hurry up! Come down here. You're up.
Got a pretty healthy swing at that pitch.
Turn it into a nice double. See, these balls are starting to become fair now. Just to go foul on them.
I like the fact that they stole the momentum, which Mike has talked about throughout the course of the game, right back from the Diamondbacks. They got 2 runs last inning. Well, we just answered back with 3 of our own.
3 doubles in the inning. Here's Odubel Herrera with a runner at second. And 1 man down, bottom of the 5th.
Remember where it started? First ball, fastball, base hit to center, Mikhail Franco.
Well, Goldschmidt had made it a 1-run game with his 2-run home run, and it's the momentum that Ben was talking about. The Phillies just grabbed it right back.
Big Mo.
I got to tell you, I spoke about it in the opening. I believe in that, in momentum. We all know momentum in football, momentum in basketball. We can see it. Sense for it for momentum in golf, when you just get on a roll in golf.
Like today.
Baseball momentum, it's a subtle thing. It changes a lot through a 9-inning game. There's such little things that if you do them correctly, and if you do the little things the game requires you to do, the momentum will come your way, and then big things happen.
I guess the key is trying to sustain it too. As you see Addison Reed warming up in the bullpen, the former closer for the Diamondbacks. One ball, 2 strikes to Odubel Herrera with Galvis on deck. And he got him. His footwork was off balance there. And there are 2 outs. DeFreitas has pitched a game out in the bullpen. He's been warming up for a while
too, right? Pitched last night.
Pitched last night, yeah. Everybody that we thought was unavailable last night, Ken Giles, Papelbon, should be available tonight if need be. Galvis fouls it away. His last at bat, 13 pitches, 9 foul balls. And he's behind 1 ball and 2 strikes here.
Real quick comment about Ben's point with the different styles of hitting. Ben, I hear you, there's a lot of ways to teach it, but in Freddie's case, I would think that the low finish would be more apropos to the style that he wants, to hit with.
Because he's finishing high, he's too long.
Or you just be more down on the ball, finish lower, hit more balls on the ground.
Phillies get 3 here in the 5th inning, so on to the 6th. Up top, 5-4. Franchise leader in saves. The Phillies added Jonathan to their bullpen in November of 2011, and he has stepped out of the bullpen and has delivered time and time again with the best save percentage in team history. His first save as a Philly came against Pittsburgh in April of 2012. The record-setting save once again left the Pirates on the short ends. Papelbon slammed the door on a major milestone in Philadelphia. And it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Pap was not available for last night's ball game. It was Luis Garcia that finished things off. Now Justin DeFreitas will start the 6th inning for the Phils, taking over for Jerome Williams, who went 5, allowed 7 hits and 3 earned runs. And he will face Chris Owings, Tuffy Goswitch, and Nick Ahmed. Boy, 3 huge runs for the Phils in the bottom of the 5th inning to make it a 4-run lead again. First pitch from DeFreitas is inside. It's 1 ball, no strikes. For Jerome Williams tonight, he pitched 5 innings, no walks. I mean, that's a big part of why it's just 3 runs for the Diamondbacks.
I don't know why the 1-0 slider there. You're up by 4. Go after him. Get back in the count.
Swung at a high fastball, and it's 2-1.
I know it's easy to judge from up here, but I'm just looking at it. You're not throwing the slider here. We're up by 4 runs in the 6th.
Peppering the strike zone.
Yeah,
this,
and it'd be different if he threw 88.
But this, they're down by 4 runs in the 6th, and he's swinging a 2-0 fastball over shoulder high when he should be taking. Right, that was ball 1, ball 2.
Yeah.
You're down 4 runs. Leading off the 6th inning. If you take, it's 3-0 now.
Fouls it back. It's 3-2.
And that goes to baseball sense. It's not a big difference today than it was 20 years ago.
figure the Phillies are going to go inning by inning now with the bullpen. At least it seems that way. DeFreitas was said pitched in last night's game. The only one I would think that's not available for a long period of time is Garcia, after throwing 2 innings last night. It's back toward the Hall of Fame club. Oh, nice catch. There have been 3 barehanded grabs here tonight, including that one right there.
Our fans are really big to be good fielders.
There you go, 2 hands.
He was the only one who stood up for that ball.
Ball's hit well out to left center field, and it is off the top of the wall. Sizemore plays it well. But a leadoff double for Owings, who's now 3 for 3 and 5 for 7 in this series. Well, that ball was going out there like a wiffle ball.
Well, they fell behind. Freitas fell behind 2-0 with a 4-run lead.
Once he got to that full count, he knew he was getting a fastball. He got 3 of them after he fouled 2 off and then finally got the one he liked.
Well, now Tuffy Goswitch, who is 0 for 2. Jay Diekman will start to warm up. Goswitch has spent now 3 years with the Arizona Diamondbacks. Came up to the big leagues 3 years ago. Last year played a significant amount of games. Went to Arizona State, so the opportunity to play in Arizona is not new to him. Ahead 0-2.
That is a fun place to be.
Arizona or Arizona State?
Tempe, Arizona State. Very fun.
See, if you had gone to Miami, you would have been playing them all the time, probably.
Yeah. I don't know how the whole going to class thing would have worked out.
Somebody would have got you to class.
Yeah.
Mike went to class most of the time. He's off a slider. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes. They do appeal. No swings, says Mike Everett.
I went back to school for the 1 quarter in my 5th year to get what I needed to graduate, and I took it pass fail.
And I hope you got a P in it.
That's how much fun college was. 1 course.
Justin is not really that sharp here tonight.
I think there's an art. One of the arts to pitching is having a sense for putting a hitter away, right?
Yes.
And is it dropping down? Is it varying your wind up? Is it looking, you know what I mean? It's just a put away pitch.
Down the right field line, Francoeur will give it a look, and it'll be a foul ball.
It's a put away pitch, but having the conviction when you're out on the mound, knowing exactly what pitch you want to throw and executing that pitch. You have to have conviction in it. You just can't get a sign and say, well, it's not really the one I want, but yeah, I'll throw it. You're not going to be effective. If you have that conviction, then the odds of you executing that pitch go up tremendously.
You know what? If you have a really good, solid put-away pitch, everybody knows you have it, too. And they still can't hit it.
Yep.
Chopper back toward the middle, and Galvis can't get it. Rounding third, heading for home is Owings. He'll score, and it's now a 7-4 ball game. It's an RBI single for Go Switch.
Freddie did all he could to keep that ball in the infield. But again, we had a hitter 0-2. First hitter we got to 2-0 on him. It was Freddie trying to dive and keep that ball in the infield. Just out of his reach.
Bob McClure is coming back out again. Diekman should be almost ready to go. You've got a right-hander due up now. And then you have A.J. Pollock, another righty who's in the on-deck circle.
You know who impressed me with a put-away pitch the other night was Liriano.
Oh, from the Pirates.
Oh, my gosh. That was some slider he was featuring. I mean, the hitters could I guess you can see you can't see any spin on it. It's just hard. It looks like a fastball, and all of a sudden, boom, it's gone.
And against righties and lefties too.
Yeah.
What makes it so good against the righties is the fact that he can back leg that, and he can throw fastballs effectively inside. You see, come out of the same slot. You're thinking heater. I have to be quick to it inside, and then the bottom falls out. That's what Lefty did his whole career.
That's right. Very much like Carlton.
Abed 1 for 2. He singled home run his last time up. Throws him a slider, and it's outside. It's 1-0. Well, that's the pitch that when he's on, he's got command of it. He just doesn't have command of it tonight.
But he keeps missing in the same spot with that slider. So if I'm pitching, I'm thinking, okay, what adjustment do I have to make to get it to where I need it to be?
Fly ball center field. And Herrera's got it lined up. Tonight's game is also available in Spanish. Just use the SAP button on your television or change the language through the menu on your cable box. That is Will to your left and Angel to your right. They are doing tonight's telecast, and there's a whole assortment of bobbleheads on the ledge. Bill Kulick is usually there as well.
Well, maybe challenging the hitter with the fastball right there and getting a pop-up will give him some more confidence in his fastball.
Yep.
Pollock, a .296 hitter, getting tonight off, usually in center field, and he lays off. It's 1-0.
There it is again. That slider just keeps yanking it.
I'm yanking it. I'm trying to figure out why he keeps throwing it. What is it? Lack of confidence in his fastball?
Not a lack of confidence. I mean, maybe he just puts a lot of trust in Chooch. Although he just shook him there to a changeup, I believe. Oh, another slider.
See his frustration as he pounds the glove.
Chooch fired one back at him.
That's the universal sign for a catcher to say, let's go. Chooch used to do that with Antonio Bastardo all the time.
Yes, he did.
Oh. to second base. This could be 2. There's one. Nice flip. 4-6-3 double play. And DeFreitas gets out of any additional difficulties here in the 6th inning. 1 run on 2 hits. Nobody left. We have played 5.5. We're on to the bottom of the 6th inning on the heels of a double play started by Chase Utley. Phillies look to add some insurance when we come back for the bottom half of the 6th. Phillies baseball is brought to you by the Quality Plus Sports Stores. Go further. By Xfinity, the official entertainment provider of the Philadelphia Phillies. And by your Delaware Valley Honda dealers. Hurry to your local Del Val Honda dealer or visit DelValHondaDealers.com today. Bottom of the 6th inning, Grady Sizemore will lead things off. With the Phillies on top 7-4. Sizemore has 2 hits tonight, 2 for 3 with a run scored. And Murph, it's been a little bit of a renaissance for Grady Sizemore of late.
It has been. You touched on it earlier, Tom. He's kind of turned a corner, starting to swing the bat really well. You know, in the first 17 games of the season, he only had 7 starts, but, you know, his numbers were not good. He was really struggling at the plate. He was just 5 for 36 to start the season, a 147 clip. He had the 1 double, 6 strikeouts. But you take a look at his numbers from starting in May. In the last 12 games, red hot. 12 for 33, including those 2 hits tonight. 364. He's got the double, 5 RBIs as well. So, you know, he's a guy that, you know, throughout his career has always been a very solid offensive player. He's starting to find it again, and that is good news for the Phils. They can insert him in all kinds of different situations. And, you know, Ryan Sandberg's used him off the bench as a pinch hitter. He's been pretty good in that role. And as a starter more and more often of late, and he's been able to find his stroke as well.
Yeah, I think they'll ride the hot hand as long as they possibly can. And he rips that one down the right field line. It is a fair ball going to the corner. And that's going to wind up being his 3rd hit of the night, his 3rd double of the year. And he's in scoring position right out of the chute here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Very nice. You know, that's a confident hitter. He was, I think we talked earlier about his BP, how he was just smooth swinging in BP. You could tell he was confident and felt good about his stroke in batting practice today. Here's 3 hits tonight.
And when you're going good, you get pitches 1-0 fastballs like that to hit.
And you hit them.
Yes,
you don't foul them off.
Well, here's Howard, who's 1 for 3 tonight. Grady Sizemore was a very good hitter for a long time with the Cleveland Indians. That's his 69th 3-hit game of his career. I mean, he was their best player for a handful of years and one of the best players in the American League. Balls, 1 strike to Howard. Inside 1-1.
And Sizemore, remember his first at bat, which was a couple days ago. Seems like he flew out to the warning track in left field, right down the line. So he is using the whole field. Put a good swing on that one. Result wasn't a hit, but still was a good swing and drove the ball the other way.
Addison Reed was the closer for the Arizona Diamondbacks up until yesterday. See his numbers, a 7.20 ERA. The 19 base runners alone is what caused him to lose his duties as the closer.
Well, Sizemore continues to stay hot. I'll say again what I said earlier today. He's going to make it really tough when Cody Ashley returns. Boy, you have some decisions to make.
Oh, yeah.
You wonder if the bench will be affected by this. You know, we're looking at the bench like, what do they have coming off the bench? You know, can these guys offensively do what they need, what Ryan Sandberg and the coaching staff need them to do? Well, tonight, going into tonight, they have 14 pinch hits. That's third best in the National League. Arizona has 17. Milwaukee has 16. That's getting the job done. So Andres Blanco come up earlier tonight, hit a double.
Howard did go on that pitch. There's one away.
Well, our bench players aren't really what you consider role players or bench players. Everybody plays.
Yep.
Right? Everybody plays.
It does seem that way, yeah. I mean, they say they ride the hot hand. The only one that probably doesn't play for an extended period of time is Blanco.
I would agree with that.
Well, and he'll catch a few at bats playing third base. Yeah. One, you know, from time. I didn't see when he was hitting how many at bats that he has.
Here's Maikel Franco. Signaled his last time up. It's 0-1.
Probably 20, maybe.
Let's check it out here. .26, 27 counting tonight.
I'd say that's a lot of at bats for what you would consider an extra man or a bench player this early in the season.
Sizemore still leads off second, one man down.
Good pitch. One of my favorite lines is, what's that?
I was just looking at his face there, and he said, whew.
He knew he could
throw them in AAA. Yeah, folks, you want to see the difference in pitching here and pitching where Maikel just came from.
Off the end of the bat, that'll be out of play, and it remains 1-2.
Tom's heard the story before, but I was a big fan of John Olerud, and he laid off a 3-2 pitch one day. We were in Seattle, and I asked him, I said, Rude, how did you lay off that 3-2 pitch and get a walk? And he goes, Big Ben, I knew I couldn't hit it. I mean, it's like sometimes you just can't swing.
We got a good pitch to hit there. He fouls it back off the screen and into the Diamond Club.
Need a little top hand there, Ben.
Yeah.
Need a little top hand on that ball.
He was just tardy.
Fly ball left field. Peralta started in. Now he settles under it and puts it away for the second out. 2 outs, and Chase Utley, who has 2 hits tonight and 2 RBIs, will be the batter for the Phillies. Wistar Institute Melanoma Awareness Day, presented by Independence Blue Cross and Citizens Bank, will be Sunday, May 31st. All fans 14 and under will receive the Kids Bucket Hat. It's all part of the weekend series between the Phillies and the Rockies. Tickets can be purchased by going to Phillies.com. You can check out Phillies.com for all of the promotions that are going to be given out here in 2015. Some pictures of most of them. So they'll walk Utley to face Jeff Francoeur here in the 6th inning.
I thought they should have walked Chase last night. Actually, they've been on second and third, and I believe one out.
Oh, when he popped up?
Yeah, in the inning where they were rallying but didn't score. The inning that Herrera bounced the ball back to the pitcher for the third out.
Yeah, Chafin was in then, so they had a lefty on the mound.
I just think Chase would give you too tough of an at bat in that situation. Probably get somebody in, make contact. A little different situation here, but you had Herrera coming up last night after Chase, first base open.
Mentioned that Reed was the closer for the Diamondbacks, and that just changed yesterday. They said they wanted to work on some mechanical issues, and Chip Hale said that he's not sure who the closer is going to be. They're going to do it by committee. And Addison Reed said, there's not one part of me that thinks I have been throwing well this entire year. So he understood the change. That ball got a piece of Welke. Oh, man. And the runners move up.
Goose Switch went after that. Like it was supposed to have a little break to the left. Oops, no it doesn't. It's a fastball. I think Welke square on. Yes,
right
it
in the
did.
shoulder,
Yes,
yeah.
it did.
And it's square on. Oh.
Must be some good padding he's got on right there. It must hit directly on the pad, not in the crack or anything.
Well, those two have a good relationship, because there were many umpires that just wanted to rip my head off after having that happen.
I remember a couple of years ago in a game against the Rockies, one of the umpires, Tom Hallion was the crew chief, and one of the home plate umpire, and the home plate umpire, I don't remember who it was. I mean, he was hit square. I think it was Wilkin Ramirez who missed the ball. And Tom Hallion had said to him, "Did you do that on purpose?" And he was serious about it. 1 ball, no strikes to Francoeur. He's got 2 ribbies out there if he can get a base hit here. Center field. Inciarte will venture back a few steps and put it away. So the Phillies threaten but do not score here in the 6th inning. Leadoff double by Grady Sizemore. Later on, an intentional walk to Chase Utley. for your Delaware Valley Honda dealers. Game summary. Phillies lead at 7-4 as we go to the 7th inning. Chase Utley has a couple RBIs. Jeff Rancourt has a home run tonight. In fact, it's been a mixed bag for the Phils. From top to bottom, everybody seems to have contributed. Jerome Williams sat through an hour and 17-minute rain delay and still came back out, so he went 5 innings tonight. Cesar Hernandez will take over at second base for the Phillies, and he'll bat 9th, and Jake Diekman, the new pitcher, will bat 6th. So Hernandez is in for Chase, and Diekman is in for DeFreitas. 16 strikeouts in 12 innings for Diekman, and he'll face Inciarte, Trumbo, and Goldschmidt. Breaking ball, and it's 0-1.
Well, I guess that means Chase will be in the lineup tomorrow's day game.
Tomorrow's
Getting his
day
rest
game.
now.
They may keep him in the lineup the way he's swinging right now. Inside. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Six on that fastball, and it's 1-2.
Tom, was that a right on it?
He was right on it.
Right on it.
Tried to throw him the same pitch. This time he laid off. Floated out towards shallow right. Here comes Francoeur, and he'll make the catch. And 1 away.
That wouldn't have ended well for Caesar.
He would have gotten gobbled up on that one.
Would not have ended well.
And now Mark Trumbo's the batter.
Looks like Deke's throwing with a little more confidence than he was a couple of weeks ago, at least the last time I was here.
I think that you see 96, and we saw 97 the other night, 98 the other night. That's such a boost for him. Trumbo lets it go by. 97. It's a ball. Trumbo was 1 for 3. Ball, 1 strike. Got a little Roy Hobbs and Ryan Howard in his stance where he's holding the bat out before he swings it back. I'm not sure what it does for him. Jim Thome used to do that. Charlie Manuel taught Thome to do that.
It's just a trigger cocking, part of the whole rhythm of hitting. Most stances are copied from someone, right?
Absolutely. Swing and a miss. He got a 98 on that fastball. 2 outs.
Good luck. Good luck with that one.
That's the Diekman I used to know.
Well, these lucky fans of tonight's Citizens 7, they were interested in a prize pack courtesy of Citizens Bank. Good banking is simple, clear, and personal, and that's helping you bank better. Citizens Bank.
Let's see how this uppercut matches up to 98 here, and you and I'll have another discussion on hitting.
It's a powerful young man here. Chopper over to short. Big hop for Freddie Galvis. An easy inning for Jake Diekman. Phillies needed that from their bullpen. It was a quick one. 12 pitches for Deke. A little stretch here at Citizens Bank Park with the Phillies up by 3. 7-4 Phillies on top as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning here at Citizens Bank Park. WB Mason is this season's breakout facilities maintenance player, specializing in all your cleaning needs. WB also provides a full selection of 3M safety products that can't be struck out. Who but WB Mason? Carlos Ruiz will lead things off against Addison Reed, who allowed a couple base runners in his half of the 6th inning. Carlos is 2 for 3 tonight. His average is jumped to 258 from 244. 1 ball, 1 strike. Giles is warming up in the pen as we speak. That's as good as we've seen Diekman, right, in a while?
Absolutely. Maybe it's, you never know how a guy's arm feels. It could be the cold weather. He didn't have a really good spring, right?
No.
You get a little mechanical. You have a little mechanical problem in your delivery, and the ball doesn't come out as hard.
Pop up third base. Yasmani Tomas into foul territory, makes the catch, 1 away. Get major news and weather that impacts your day without commercials for 20 minutes straight. Weekdays at 4 and BC 10. Count on it. Cesar Hernandez is the batter for the first time.
We've been taking some funky swings at this slider here, so maybe he's finding his mechanics.
Yeah, they never
turned to their closer.
They never specifically said what the mechanical flaw was. He's pretty quiet though when it's not much to his motion at all. Fly ball center field. Inciarte doesn't have to move too far.
Cesar's been playing well. He squared that ball up, just got underneath it. He leads the team in walks.
There's Oliver Perez in the bullpen. You think Cesar could play every day? I mean, if given the chance, could he play every day?
Absolutely. And I know Ruben Amaro feels the same way.
Ben, you think he could play every day, Ben?
I do. The thing that he could do is he could play all over as well. I think he's the type of guy. Now, I don't know him personally, but I think just like anybody else, if you know you're going to play every day, you would put you more at ease and you would let the game come to you a little bit more.
I tell you, I thought he looked really good at third base after they sent Ashley out. He was there for those 3 days before, or 4 days before Franco came up. 0-1 to Double.
He never really has played regular for the Phillies except for that stretch where they tried him in center field, right?
Yeah. I didn't think he looked all that bad in center field. His jumps were good. I don't know if his arm can play out in center field, but
if the arm can play it short, I think it can play in center.
0-2 to Herrera in the dirt. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
That's such a lost art anyway. Good outfield arms. It's just something that's not practiced. It's not something that's outfielders take a lot of pride in. You look at someone like Jeff Francoeur, he's always taken pride in his arm and making accurate throws. Won the Phillies a ball game the other night. You watch these guys play catch in the outfield. Sometimes they're 30 feet apart. What's that doing? And they're lobbing the ball.
That little baby, it looks like he's 3/4 of the way out to sleep. The Fanatics
hey, well, keep your eye on your boy here next to you. I'm not that far away myself. What is it? God, it's 11 o'clock.
You want me to bring the Fanatic up here to wake you up?
What a cutie.
3 balls and 2 strikes now to Herrera. That baby's gonna have nightmares for the until it's 5.
Speaking of babies, remember
right down here?
Yeah,
the baby
4 weeks,
4 weeks old
with a Phillies jersey on.
Over toward first, and Goldschmidt has got it. Makes a good play on that to pull it. And the side is retired in order. So Reed, 2 scoreless innings. Will Diekman go back to work? We'll find out. By Budweiser, still brewed the hard way. This Bud's for you. And by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop Nissan.com. 7-4 Phillies on top. We go to the top of the 8th inning. Time now for our Hyundai defensive play of the game. Jim Cramer was chatting at this point. This is a heck of a play by Freddie Galvis.
And Freddie makes it look easy. Goes down to one knee, doesn't take a drop step, just gets up, fires it across the diamond. Nice and easy to get into Ciarte, and that is your Hyundai defensive player of the game.
First pitch to Peralta is taken outside. It's 1 ball and no strikes.
So that's pronounced, let's get this, Hyundai or Hyundai?
Hyundai.
Hyundai.
Hyundai, yeah.
You know I like that car.
I know you do. You walk into the showroom, you better have the name right. They're going to say, no, you're in the wrong place.
Actually, the gentleman who will be joining us in the booth tomorrow, his name is Sal Payon, and he's a friend of mine, and he paid a great deal of money to sit in our booth for an inning. He's going to be joining us tomorrow, and he's going to represent Philly fans everywhere. He's got season tickets. He's been a Philly fan for, he's 70-some years old. He's been a Philly fan his whole life. And fun guy. Just bought a Hyundai Genesis. That's why I brought his name.
Hyundai Genesis.
Yeah. Loves the car.
2 balls and 1 strike to Peralta. 0 for 3. He fouls it back, and it's 2-2. Fly ball, shallow left field. Brady Sizemore. 4-4 down for Jake Diekman. And Yasmani Tomas will be the batter. Let's see if Ryan Sandberg makes a change, and he is coming out. All right, so Diekman is done after an inning and a third. And they're going to bring Ken Giles in. So a good job by Diekman. A pretty clean night for the Phils left-hander. So a pitching change.
Well, here's Do I have a chance to ask Ben or make a point with Ben over here? Yeah. We were just chatting about the whole idea of the two different concepts of hitting, and I posed a question to Ben that I thought hitting has been on kind of a slow decline over years. When you look at stats around the league and an increased amount of strikeouts, and then brought up the point that pitching is so much better now than it ever has been. And I was just all right.
We'll finish it up. Oh, we're going to stay? We're going to stay.
All right, real quick. Here's a
stay.
perfect example of why hitting is on kind of a slow decline in terms of the stats. This team here now has to face Diekman throwing 98 in the 7th. And in the 8th now they got another piece of Diekman. Now they get Giles, who can throw at 100, right?
Yes. Everything is specialized.
That's right.
It's just so specialized. And I told you, these hitters, they never get to face a hitter 3 times, let alone 4 anymore. They don't even get 3 at bats against somebody. Because
so they don't get to face a pitcher.
You're going 5, 6 at bat, 6 innings. You're done.
Yeah.
You're done.
You're literally facing in your say 3rd or 4th at bat in a ball game nowadays 3 closers. I mean, all 3 of those guys could be the closer for any team in baseball.
Yeah.
Diekman, Giles, or Papelbon.
Right. Well, the world of specialization has certainly taken over the game of baseball.
And it's. Listen, one of my good buddies, Paul Konerko, who I play with in Chicago, who's, his numbers are really
tremendously good.
Really good.
Yeah.
And he flat out told me, he said, Ben, he goes, I was able to earn a great living, put up some good numbers. He goes, I would not come close to being the hitter I was if I had to come up in the big leagues right now. And to hear Paul
Amen to that, I wouldn't be either.
It's just completely different. And the hitting approach, I think it's just more of a through the ball, finish high.
Survival.
You can use all the field with one particular swing, as opposed to back in the day, you're down.
Oh, you're right.
You're down on that ball.
All right, so here is Giles against Tomas, who fouls it away. It's 0-1.
And throw in the new defensive alignments, the shifts they're putting on people. The numbers have got to go down. It's a new normal, as I like to always say. I think 275, 280 with 20, 25 home runs and 90 RBIs is a heck of a year.
Way outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Jerome Williams started. He went 5. Then Justin DeFreitas, 6, the 6th inning. And now Diekman an inning and a 3rd. And Giles will take over with the Phillies up 7-4. Giles was not available in last night's game because he had worked 3 straight days. It's the off day yesterday, and now he and Papelbon are available for tonight's game. Fly ball to right field. That one's well hit. Francoeur going back, and it is gone. The first home run in Yasmani Tomas's career. An opposite field shot, and it's now a 7-5 ball game. Well, that's some pretty good strength the opposite way right there.
Yeah, that's pretty respectable. Slider. If it was, there's some seriously good hitting there. No, fastball. Actually, fastball elevated a little bit and maybe slightly in. Wow.
Good extension through that ball.
Yeah, but Ben, that is amazing to fight a ball off like that and have it go out in right center. I'm talking about fight it off, kind of push it off your body. It's almost like a protection stroke, and boom, it goes out of the ballpark.
Owings hits one the opposite way as well. That'll be out of play. Pretty good job by after that ball was thrown back. You see the silent treatment for a little bit for Tomas. The ball was thrown back. It was picked up.
Yeah, it's his first.
Yeah, by one of the ball girls, and she handed it right to a security guard. Was very aware that that's his first major league home run. So he'll get that baseball.
Got it off a good pitcher.
Yes, he did.
Oh, 2 pitch. Got him with the slider. 2 outs.
See, Giles has, you know how they talk about having a great face for radio. Giles has a great face for a closer.
He does.
That dude looks mean out there. Looks like a gunslinger.
Could not be nicer too when you
I
talk
know,
to him.
that's the thing. And Mike, I caught him this winter. I had to catch him. We did a piece on him for Sportsnet, and he had the same demeanor during his bullpen.
Wow.
And I got done. I asked him a series of questions, and he was just as nice as could be. But he just got done firing bullets at me, and he was just like, all right, you know. Very complimentary.
Did he shake your hand?
Yes, very complimentary to the organization and his teammates and the opportunity that he has.
Did he take it easy on you initially, thinking, man, this old man can't catch this ball?
I held my own.
He didn't look like an old man.
No, he doesn't.
I look like an old man.
Made me miss it even more, though. Be honest.
Not the next day when your knees bothered you. That one's pulled to third. Franco stays down on it, and the inning is over. So Kenny Giles has given up only his second home run of his career. The opposite way, Yasmani Tomas has made it a 2-run game as we go to the bottom of the 8th. Philadelphia chapter. The annual event includes autograph booths from the 2015 Phillies players. Mike will have his own photo booth. There'll be grab bags, an opportunity to throw in the bullpen. Silent auction featuring a collection of bats, balls, caps, and other unique memorabilia. So it was a great night here at the ballpark to raise money for the Philadelphia chapter of ALS. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Yeah, the Phillies lead the Diamondbacks 7-5. Brad Ziegler will be the new pitcher, the submariner. Now, this is probably the guy that's going to be the closer for the Diamondbacks, while Addison Reed works on whatever it is he's working on. He delivers strike 1. It's 0-1.
How did you fare against these guys, Mike?
not well. I got a couple of knocks off of Colby when he was with the Pirates in the World Series in 1980. I actually got a couple of big hits off of Dan Quisenberry. Yeah. And then, I don't know, there was a guy named Halicki.
Ed Halicki
that pitched for, who was a starter, by the way, who used to rack up the strikeouts against Bull and myself as Freddie. I told you we shouldn't have talked about Freddie the way we did.
He's got to fight the pressure.
All in all, I would say I was fairly vulnerable against a pitcher like this, yes.
There's Papelbon starting to throw in the pen. Quisenberry throw harder than Teak? Or the other way around?
About the same.
Yeah.
About the same.
What a note to Grady Sizemore. Sizemore has 3 hits tonight, 3 for 4. A double, 2 singles, a run scored.
Ziegler's just hoping that you think you can jump ship on him and you're just going to roll one over to second.
This is a good test here for Grady, a really hot hitter.
And he gets a pass. Yeah.
I was going to say, if he hit this guy right up the middle, he didn't need to. He squared it up between first and second.
Well, he's locked in right now. That's 4 hits for Grady Sizemore. Let's check in with Greg Murphy with the Major League Notebook. Murph.
All right, thank you very much, Tom. We mentioned this last night in the Major League Notebook, but Hunter Pence making his season debut tonight for the San Francisco Giants. Of course, he broke his arm in the first week of spring training. He has been rehabbing that and coming back from that. Got in the lineup tonight, batting 6th. He was 2 for 3 with a double, 3 runs scored in his season debut. So the Giants happy to have Hunter Pence back. And a day after Adrian Beltre hit his 400th home run, well, another player, Miguel Cabrera, did the same today for the Detroit Tigers. Number 400 for him. In the last week, he is about 8 for 14 with 4 home runs and 8 RBIs in the last week. Miguel Cabrera is red hot as well.
One of the youngest to hit 400, to reach 400.
Feels like he just got started.
I stop whatever I'm doing to watch that man hit.
We always joke because we're down in Florida, we're down in Miami. They have is it Sports Illustrated cover, Ben? Is that what it was?
Yes.
They have a Sports Illustrated cover with Miguel Cabrera when he was with the Marlins. He is so much smaller then in that picture than he is right now. There's a floater to left field, a base hit for Ryan Howard. He goes the other way. That'll put runners on first and second. Well, folks, we are now heading over to Comcast Sportsnet. So if you're watching the game on NBC 10, you have to flip over to Comcast Sportsnet for the final inning or so of tonight's ball game. Coming up on NBC 10 is the season finale of Saturday Night Live. That'll be getting underway in about 10 minutes or so. So again, we're going over to Comcast Sportsnet for the remainder of this ball game.
Well, so Ryan Howard poking a nice little single to the opposite field, over shifted infield, should not go unnoticed.
Yeah, it's now 13 hits for the Phils and 2 for Howard tonight.
Sizemore up to 275 for him.
He's hitting over 350 in his last 14 games. And a foul ball, it's 0-2. A foul tip, I should say, 0-2.
Pretty big swing there, huh, Mike?
Yeah, you know, that's I've taken many just like that at that down and in sinker. It looks like a golf ball sitting down there ready to be smoked, you know. And next thing you know, it's breaking your toe. You're fouling it off your toe or rolling it over foul. You just can't keep it fair.
See, I'd keep it fair. break my back. And then I
Well,
just go
believe it
back
or
to the
not, I mean,
dugout.
the swing that you were talking about earlier is a much better approach swing to this type of pitcher. There's no question. Staying inside the ball against this guy is a better way to attack him.
And Franco goes fishing for that. Now there are 2 outs here in the 8th inning. 2 strikeouts for Ziegler, and now Ben Revere will get a chance to bat. Well, I think Ziegler is a prime example of you don't have to be overpowering if you can place the ball and move the ball. I mean, he's topping out at 83, 84 miles an hour with a changeup and a slider.
Hey, he's not overpowering. He just Ryan Howard, Gray Sizemore got himself into 2-0 count, into a good count. Had to throw one in there. Ryan Howard taking what he's going to give you. He's banking on you being aggressive, getting out in front, and trying to do too much with the baseball. That's how these guys make a living.
This is Chase Utley's spot in the batting order. If those might not have thought Chase would come up again in this ball game.
The Phillies did a double switch earlier where Hernandez took over at second base, put in the 9th hole. Two balls, no strikes to Ben. Over to the right side, and to his left is Owings. He throws him out, and that'll do it for the Phils here in the 8th inning. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 men left. We'll go to the 9th inning. Jonathan Papelbon coming on to try to save it. The new pitcher is Jonathan Papelbon. Pap in his 16th ball game, 8 saves, 8 opportunities. Of course, he became the Phillies' all-time saves leader the other night against the Pittsburgh Pirates, thanks to the arm of Jeff Francoeur. Out in right field, looking to pick up his 9th save. He'll bat 3rd in the Phillies lineup. The Phillies hope that doesn't matter. And pinch hitting for the Diamondbacks is Cliff Pennington. Pennington started last night's ball game. Pennington overall hitting $162. The bottom of this series will wind up tomorrow, 135. pitch is over. It's 0-1.
Tom, how's Mike's scorecard looking?
I think he did an excellent job for 7 innings tonight.
He turned it over.
All right, for 6 innings tonight.
Drew an X through it. There it sits.
0-2.
I don't know how you guys do it. I really don't.
Rome wasn't built in a day.
People should see how neat both of you have kept score in this game. This is unbelievable.
Tom uses multiple pens.
Another foul ball, and it remains 0-2. Slaps it the other way. That is a foul ball. And it remains no balls and 2 strikes. That's where Ruiz wanted it. He wanted up and out over the plate.
That's some bad boy job right there. About 3 times tonight I've seen that young man sprint out to the home plate to pick up the batter's bat when he hit a foul ball. That's service right there.
Wanted it again. He wanted it down. A slider, and it's 1-2.
So back on that scorebook thing, your book have 162 game pages in it?
Yeah, I'll have to probably right around the All-Star break use the second one.
Oh.
Yeah.
You probably got a collection from way back.
I have every scorebook that I've used since 1994.
Those could have some value.
Yeah, some of them I have framed, like Roy Halladay's perfect game. I have that framed. I have a few others that, significant games that I have framed.
Doc signed it for you?
Doc signed it.
Very cool.
It remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. At some point, though, I've got to figure out what to do with all the books. They're taking up a lot of room in the closet in my office at home.
Imagine.
Yeah.
Because it's basketball, it's football,
right.
Baseball,
right.
Obviously.
Yep. That's it, though. Basketball, football, baseball. Doesn't go any farther than that. Swing and a miss. He got it with a splitter. And 1 away here in the 9th inning. And now Jordan Pacheco will be the pinch hitter.
Well, tonight's a game I'll never forget as we're looking at Papelbon's strikeout pitch there. A little bit of a, I don't know, you call it a splitter, take something off of it.
Yeah.
The ball had a little downward movement on it.
Yeah, his fastball tonight hasn't really been as heated up as usual, but it hasn't really needed to be. But the separation between splitter and fastball is only a couple miles an hour tonight. Pacheco batted in last night's ball game as a pinch hitter. Lays off a slider. Doesn't matter. It's called a strike. It's 0-1.
This will go down as my first broadcasting rain delay.
We didn't have any last year.
No, and
we had some extra
they're tough.
games.
Everything I could find, I ate.
It's easy to do. I was impressed with. You had your bites of gelato.
Hey, get a shot of that guy. One hand off the.
You wanted us to get a shot of him because he's wearing your jersey. That's why.
Absolutely.
The baby blue jersey.
No balls and 2 strikes to Pacheco. Swing and a miss. He got him. Back-to-back strikeouts. Ruiz will fire to first. And there are 2 outs. Carlos is tapping the ground, saying that's where I want it. Every time the Phillies retire the opposing team, 1, 2, 3. Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity, the official entertainment provider of the Philadelphia Phillies.
The slider's been good. The splitter's been good.
Well, now Ender Inciarte. Boy, you'd love to get Ender without having to face the home run hitters in Trumbo and Goldschmidt. That one's out towards second. Backhanded by Hernandez. The throw to first. In time. Well, this is a bona fide winning streak. The Phillies have won 4 straight. They win tonight by a final score of 7-5. They'll remain 6.5 games back in the National League East because the Mets have won. The Nationals are on their way to winning. But still, some positives for the Phillies over these 4 games. As they win it by 2, they had to wait out an hour and 17-minute rain delay. Grady Sizemore had a great day. 4 for 5, a double, a run scored. His first 4-hit game, what'd you say, Ben, since 2008?
August 21st, 2008.
Wow, pretty incredible. He's been red hot. And Jeff Francoeur got it all started with our W.B. Mason delivery of the game. This home run earlier in the ballgame, back at the seconds.
Just a four-seamer, supposed to be in. Not so much in, but it was down. Frenchie likes it down and went out and golfed it out to left.
So that is our W.B. Mason delivery of the game. Phil's win it 7-5. We'll be back to Citizens Bank Park to wrap things up right after this.